All right, so we'll go to social emotional learning with Dr. Peel.
All right, so I am going to pass around a summary sheet. There is not a stapler to be found here, so take 2 sheets and then pass it down. So let me preface what I am going to be going over. The framework I took in doing this presentation, and so did Dr. Murray and Dr. Henderson, is this idea of regarding our district goals, where have we been, where are we right now, and where are we going? My presentation is very data heavy. It's based on an analysis of the most recent SEL survey that we administered in the spring, which was a follow-up to the survey that we did in November of 2019. The idea being the November 2019 piece was baseline data. We've implemented some SEL programming and initiatives. So about a year and a half later, what impact has that had? The data dive will be more of an in-depth presentation for either the August or September board meetings. So I'm going to focus on big picture stuff here. Otherwise, this would be a 35-minute presentation. The snapshot you have in front of you it is just a listing of all the strengths and weaknesses that you'll note in these slides, in some of the breakdown of the slides. So I'm not going to go into those slides with great depth, and I'm going to focus more on the summary piece. But if there's anything intriguing that you see on these data sheets that you'd like to ask about, please feel free to do so. So let me start with kind of where we were. And you guys have heard me talk about this over and over again, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time, but I just think it sets the stage when it talks about prior knowledge. So we really jumped into this in 2018-19, shortly after the Strategic Planning Committee identified SEL as one of our strategic goals. We formed our initial SEL team, which was always a short-term team. We met over the course of about 2.5 months, where the focus of that work was auditing the existing programs, research evidence-based SEL frameworks, and look at a system that would be able to measure the extent to which our efforts are impacting the students and the school district. We ultimately landed on the ruler framework. So during the 2019-20 school year, that's where we selected that program. We selected Panorama as our metrics system. We began our core ruler training, the core ruler training referring to the 2-day or the 6-week online training that our SEL teams engaged in. And then we provided our initial overview training to all of the faculty and staff in the school district, which brought us to 2021. We did not get exactly where we wanted to as a result of the pandemic. However, we were able to make progress. And something you're going to see in these slides is based on the data, we've made progress from an SEL perspective in most all components across the board and across the school district, which is really positive because it would have been very likely to think that, wow, we're in the midst of a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. We're probably going to see some of those numbers drop, and we really didn't realize that. So I'm very proud of that, but at the same time, still lots of good room for growth. This past school year, all of our faculty and staff completed the online ruler training. We established a partnership with Temple University as a supplemental social, emotional, and mental health resource for our parents, students, and staff. We serviced about 37 students through that program, which was very well received. We held parent ruler nights, and we re-administered our Panorama survey. The other thing we did was we implemented ruler curriculum at all levels, pre-K to 12, introductory lessons, which will then lead us into next year. So that's where we were. Where we are, and on these slides, this is, let me frame it this way. The data you're going to see here and is summarized on the sheet I provided is the district-wide data. Our SEL teams are working on a companion presentation that unpacks each school more thoroughly. So they're going to be working with their faculties in understanding what that data are telling them. And this is the district perspective. So what we do is we break it down in 3 through 5 with the student competency measures. That's the report that many of you may have received, with the individual report that outlines the 5 SEL areas and how the students performed and how they perceive their own SEL skills compared to November 2019. We also look to compare elementary and secondary. And here's what we see when we talk about student competency measures. One of the things that the data is telling us is that as students go through the grade levels, some of their SEL competencies actually tail off, particularly when it comes to the areas of grit and growth mindset. And I'll talk a little bit more of that when I talk about the summary slide in a moment. And then the second survey talks about school climate, and those are things like levels of student engagement. How safe do students feel at school? To what degree do they feel they belong in our schools? And commentary about teacher and student relationships. So I am going to, and then there's the teacher slides. So I'm going to go right to the key takeaway slide. That's what I want to focus this conversation on. So whenever we look at data, we try to look at it through a critical lens or critical lenses. As I was talking to Dr. Murray before he came in, taking the data is kind of easy to do. Deriving meaningful action about what to do with the data, that's usually the tough part. And so this is the approach that I took with our SEL teams. We broke it down into 3 questions. What are the students telling us? What that might mean they are asking us to do, and how might we respond to their requests? So here's the summary of the student piece. Students feel safe in school, overwhelmingly. I think the average across the district was something like 92%. And that's where, if you want to refer, if you're curious to say, well, how are you coming up with these statements, is derived from the metrics that are on that summary sheet that you know on all of these previous slides. Elementary students, their perception of their SEL, their grit, their growth mindset, their social awareness is pretty high. They feel pretty good about their ideas, and they're dealing with those kinds of situations. But in the elementary schools, our students reported that they have a really difficult time identifying and expressing their emotions. That is one of the hallmarks of the Ruler program, is something that we'll address this upcoming school year. Elementary students feel they belong at their school overwhelmingly, and can get help if they feel unsafe or bullied. The majority of all students don't believe they have high levels of grit and a growth mindset. Student-teacher relations are highly respectful, but lack some authentic connections. So when you look at some of those data points, it's something like 94% feel like their teachers are almost always respectful to them. So that's a good piece. But when you ask the question, when a teacher asks you, how are you doing? And are they really interested in the answer? You know, it's a much lower percentage. So that idea of authentic relationships, I thought was pretty interesting piece of data that came out of this. So what might that mean they're asking us to do? Well, hey, keep our schools safe, maintain that, continue to foster a sense of belonging, help students, elementary in particular, to recognize, express, and regulate emotions, help foster schools and classrooms that believe that hard work and effort can greatly impact student outcomes and development. So this idea, this fixed mindset, so think about when it comes to intelligence. And we see this lesson as students get older, that if they're not good at math when you're in 8th grade, well, there's really not much you can do about it. I'm just not good at math. That demonstrates a lack of a growth mindset. And that is something that students are telling us. That we have to change that perception. And we have to also work with our teachers to help deal with that. And designing learning activities that engage and excite students, especially as they get older. And that's a key piece I'm going to talk a little more about in a different slide. So how might we respond to those requests, staying committed to ensuring that all students are safe and feel like they belong, enhance teacher training about grit and growth mindsets, and continue to reflect on the manner and methods with which teaching and learning happens in our classroom, minimize passive learning, and help make learning more authentic, hands-on, and project-based. So this stuff dovetails very nicely into the work that Dr. Murray is leading, and I'm sure what she's going to talk about. But here is a really illuminating slide of data. This is secondary student engagement. When we talk about engagement and how this survey is comprised, it asks 8 or 9 questions throughout the survey that deal with student engagement. And the students don't know necessarily it's all part of an engagement part. So, it's hard to manipulate the results. So it's not like here's the student engagement section, here are 8 questions. They're interspersed throughout. The questions that are asked about the engagement question: how excited are you about going to your classes? 22% of our secondary students responded favorably. How often do you get so focused on activities in your classes that you lose track of time? 21% responded favorably, which was actually a 4-point drop from the last administration. In your classes, how eager are you to participate? 28% said that they are eager to participate. 28%. When you're not in school, how often do you talk about ideas from your classes? 24% responded favorably. And overall, how interested are you in your classes? We have a 43% favorability rating on that. And these are all students 6 through 12. And when you look at that, how that compares to a national data set of the thousands of schools that participate in these surveys, we fall into the 10th percentile at the middle school level and 20th percentile at the high school.
You may not know this, but do you recall what these schools were around the prior year? Like in my head, I'm wondering how much this was impacted by COVID.
Yeah, very little actually, because when you look at this column over here, this compares it to the survey's last administration. So in 2019, 21% responded favorably. So it's a 1% increase from fall 2019 survey. So that things actually went up in 3 areas and down 4 here and down 1 here. So I would derive from that the impact of COVID was negligible based on that, which is why you take data at multiple points in time, right? Because if we had this just alone, I guarantee the write-off would be that, well, it's obviously because of COVID. But I don't think that's an accurate story.
You surprised?
Yes. Yeah. Right. I'm surprised because those numbers are much lower than I had anticipated.
Gina, did you say that there was a tail? Was this the metric that there was a tail from K to 3 or 3 to 5? That 3 to 5 was higher in engagement.
Off. The 3 to 5 levels on engagement are significantly higher.
Are they also higher even by comparison to the rest of the country, or like are 3rd and 5th graders always more engaged because they're younger?
So the comparative data of our 3rd through 5th graders, if I recall correctly, is somewhere in the 70th to 80th percentile. And when you look at this, and this goes right along with our book, there's a statement in the book that talks about student engagement waning as students get older. Here's the favorability responses, grades 6 through 12. It starts at 42% in grade 6, and by the time they're 12th graders, 21%. And you can see from this graphic, the trend is generally, as students get older, it gets less and less.
And that's the US, that's not ours.
This is ours.
Oh, that's ours.
This is ours. This is the
US.
comparison.
But isn't that why in the high school level you have so many co-curricular activities? Because you almost turn class into a means to an end. The reason you go to school is to be able to have access to those opportunities that more excite you. I mean, ignoring what the book and your goal is. That's why I'm surprised you're surprised.
Well, I guess it's an idyllic perspective I have. As a school leader, I don't accept this. It's not acceptable.
That's a different animal
Yeah.
altogether.
Yeah.
But I just, question though, you're surprised if
I'm
those.
surprised it's such low.
No,
Yeah.
again, but if those were, I'm surprised too. But if those were the numbers from 2019, what have we done to raise them that we would be surprised that they're still there?
Not enough.
Almost nothing.
Yeah.
It's most of any cancel.
I think it's always difficult too to implement changes, I feel like this past year. But I would be interested in, because this doesn't surprise me. But what I would be, and of course we wouldn't do this, but I bet you could ask the school administrators, say, what do you think the 22 kids who wrote that they're engaged? And I bet it's pretty obvious which students, because it seems to be, even as a board member and students come in and participate, it seems to be a lot of the same students who then participate. And I think, like, just looking at it from another angle is, I guess we have to find a way to engage, because I think I guess what I'm trying to say is I think that we see these same students always engaged, which is great. And I think to Dave's point, we have so many extracurricular activities. So it's like it's equivalent to like a soft skill for how you could change this. Like it's such a very nebulous thing of like much more cultural than it is.
When I talk about not enough, that's not to minimize any of the work that we're doing. When you talk about the work that Dr. Mersley with project-based learning, I mean, that is authentically trying to get at this.
Part of the challenge is school districts are big, slow, lumbering things, right? So we try to fix that. And we had one data point, and that's you still got the importance of multiple points in time, right? So now it wasn't a fluke or a bad day that took the first survey, right? Now we have more evidence to show it, but evidence versus data, right? The rest of the book, right? We have more evidence now. The other thing to realize is I mean, I sound like a president. I was in this building for 30 years. This is a job for a lot of these kids, right?
Yeah.
80% of these kids coming here, this is their job. This is how they feel school is. This is not coming to school to have fun. And you have kids who come to school because it's their job. You have kids who come to school to hang out with their friends. Almost nothing else in there comes into play, right? I would wonder if you could break it down between the 4 core content areas and the rest of the classes you take, if you still see the same engagement numbers, right? Because I'll tell you what, you want to see engaged kids, walk into this Western Side Music Actors Art class. They're engaged kids. They would all do. I bet you when they're talking about certain things, they're thinking of math, science, English, and history, right? So when we talk about project-based stuff and changing what it looks like and the purpose for doing it, that all those things should play into those pieces. So we have done almost nothing so far, but that's our goal, right?
Right. And
that's why we were talking
Yeah,
about this.
it's the recognition that those are the numbers.
Right.
Nothing happened in between, but of course, those will still be the numbers because nothing has impacted them to
Heather,
them.
this data point eliminates Heather's question. When you look at the engagement levels at the elementary, we're in the 80th to 99th percentile with a favorability rating of nearly 70%. And you can see
Can I ask one, I know you're trying to get us back to finish this, but and maybe I missed it in the beginning as I was looking this up, but how did the norm shift between the 2 years? Because the other thought going through my head is that given the negative emotional impact of COVID and kids not coming into school and seeing their friends, maybe had we not, and I agree with Chuck that it's lumbering, but maybe had we not taken the efforts that we did, we would have dropped more rather than kind of stayed status quo. So maybe we are seeing some positive feedback to the changes. There's just more to do, and we're coming at COVID.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we get into a slippery slope when we try to explain away the data. Like, I think just.
That's why I'm questioning what happened in the United States, because if the United States stayed the same, then
Right,
clearly we're just not doing well.
Right, they've both given a view, it could be either one, so I can not lean towards one or the other.
Yeah.
It's good to know both arguments, and you can kind of decide for yourself.
And thank you for doing it, because I think it's so hard because it is so, like, you can't pin something down. but you can kind of get a sense of it. But then seeing the data there, I think it's really telling. So thank you for
Yeah.
doing that. I think it's an interesting way to look at it.
And I don't know how to answer that question, but here's what I can share with you about the norm groups. It's just gonna take me 1 second to open something.
I didn't mean to, if you didn't know it, you can,
No,
if you find it later,
Yeah,
we
no,
don't have to
just-
stop right now if you want to delay everything.
yeah, I can't, I don't have that one at my fingertips. So let me make sure I understand the question though, so I can follow up on that effectively. It is how the norm groups change.
If we're in a 20 percentile now, what percentile were we in 2 years ago?
No, that's us. So we were making it up. Our kids responded 20% that they like to be engaged. Maybe it was 43, I forget
Right.
what the different bullet points were. But let's say 20% said that they were happy to come to school and be engaged. And that number this year was 21%. That's for Haddonfield. Was it in the United States, 60% said they're happy to go to school and be engaged. And then during COVID, they dropped to 40. That means they dropped 20 points, but we maintained and we didn't drop. Therefore, we're seeing a little bit, and it doesn't matter. We don't have to justify it. It is
If I
lowering.
can find that response to that, I'll follow up.
Okay.
So you made a comment, and it's sticking with me, so I'm gonna mention that one. You talked about the child that by 8th or 9th grade, just they're resigned to their math track. You know, and you said that, you know, that the work, that it's partly the student and the parent, but also the teacher. Where does guidance come into that? Because, I mean, I didn't think that the individual teacher evaluating a student would have a different perspective from guidance, which would be where you would go, especially in that age grade, and say, you know, what can I take this class? Is it a stretch? Wouldn't that where the conversation and the encouragement to reach for, you know, to not be locked into track be and not sit it at the teacher's feet?
I think it's all connected. However, our counselors make up a very small percentage of our faculty. And I think all too often, when it comes to initiatives like this, there is a reliance to say that, well, that's their job. That's what the counselors do. And I think if you want to move the needle on this, it has to be, this is the way we do things.
Everybody's pulling the same direction.
That's my guess.
The counselor encouraging the kid and trying to get them to move further is one thing. Day in and day out, 43 minutes walk into a classroom feeling that you can't do something.
Sure.
That's the message.
Yeah, right.
All the positive encouragement, and you can take whatever class you want to. That all works. That's wonderful stuff. I walked in that class. I was the worst world language teach student in the history of the world. I walked in that class every single day and knew I couldn't do it. And there was no way doing that. So you can tell me how great how I could do it. You have the potential to be this, be that. That 43 minutes is that's the daily beat in my head. And that's where you can see certain teachers where even if kids aren't necessarily successful, they still like walking into classrooms because they still feel like, I think this person's going to be okay today, right? Not okay. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. There's other teachers where you're very successful, you still walk in class, man. I'm here, right? That's what I do. I think that's what it's the going to work piece of it. So, you know, I think it is, you know, and talk about a hard change, you know, train the teachers to keep the kids so they can have that growth mindset. First of all, the teachers have to have the growth mindset. That's number one, right? So there you go. There's number one we have to look at, right? Then you have to admit that what you pour your heart, soul, life into isn't going the way it's supposed to go. So it's a, you know, it is I think that's not being as articulate as I should be. That's the core.
Yeah.
That's where that changes. And then if you start doing engaging things and you are succeeding in class, and it's okay to fail and still get up and retry, all those things we want to have happen, we read the book, then that makes it easier. That's for the teacher to do those things, right? Because it is okay not to get an answer. And you see this, and I don't want to pick on any subject area, but we said math earlier. You know, I can't tell you how many times you're in a classroom, it happened, but we all experience it. What did you get from number 23, Johnny? 13. No. What did you get, Bobby? Right? That's what happens, right? That's what happens. Not how did you get 13? But
Just
no.
covered the part of the book I was gonna talk about.
Jump into that.
It's exactly that.
I'm sorry.
And
No, no,
I'm
this
sorry,
is part of-
I think this is so important, and I just want to go back to something that you said, because the data that we don't have here, Dave, based on what you just said, I would be very interested to know in certain subjects like science and math, how many kids were recommended that they could take accelerated, but didn't because they think I'm not good at science, even though because they've had.
I think it's even worse than that. They don't take it because they know which teachers are hard graders.
Or
Well-
even worse still, they could be accelerated in one part of the core and actually weak in another, and there aren't enough classes being offered where they can actually follow their passion because they have to fit in the remedial side on the other, and because so many people, especially in this district, they're higher achievers, that the schedules are really aligned for those that are just good at everything,
So that all
and not
gets,
the ones that are just good at some things. So scheduling is a big part of that too.
it all gets back to that.
And we're a small district,
We
so
talk
we
about that
can't-
here, the standardized testing, how you want to move forward, but you're not gonna do that with standardized testing.
I mean, we're pretty good about it. Pretty good, very good. We say you have the right to fail. You can take whatever course you want to take. Right? You can have 83 in CP and take AP, and you're not. We let kids do that. We do not discourage that because they want that experience. There are schools, really good schools, and you look at Millburn as an example. You have to have a 93. I mean, if you don't have a 93, I don't care what about a teacher recommend the language they use. You have a 92, you can't take AP. What if I get the teacher's recommendation? The 92 is that teacher's recommendation. That's the language they use for that. Right?
That's one I think the best things about our district.
We try to.
And I think one of the interesting things for kids too is like, I don't think it always matches up, like the classes that they have the highest grades are they the ones that they look forward to, and it's not always a match. And I think that's like a testament to the faculty.
I should put it as a thing. I was at Millburn a couple of years ago. They told me that. If you're watching,
Yeah, and that's not really so great.
that was the language they used.
And I would do that with what Linda just said. I would also be interested in whether I see it or whether the administrators see it and take action on it. I don't necessarily need to see it, but I think certain teachers are known as being the tough ones in a certain subject. And sometimes depending on who somebody gets as a teacher, perhaps in middle school, perhaps in high school, may dictate what they choose, like from middle school going into high school. In my own opinion, I agree with standardizing assessments and standardizing grading and teaching. But I also feel you can learn a lot of wonderful things from tough teachers, and you can also learn different things from easy teachers. So my thing is not against any teacher, but rather if we have a lot of kids going into one of the core accelerated programs in 9th grade, and they all come majority from one teacher and not the other, then those other children or students might be missing out on a potential career path because they just might be self-judging themselves too harshly.
So the final bit of slides really summarize the adult data that was taken, and something I'm very proud of, that I'm very proud to be a member of this administrative team, that we showed growth in 5 out of the 5 areas surveyed, and showed very significant growth in a couple, I think really important metrics. Maybe it's self-serving, but when you talk about one of the questions we ask in the survey is, how optimistic are you that the school district is on a path of improvement? Last November 2019, 30% of teachers responded favorably to that. Last month, 61%.
Awesome.
That is pretty significant growth. I would like to see 61 higher. But we more than doubled it. When you talk about whether teachers believe they are trusted to teach in a way that they think is best, 70% of teachers responded favorably to that, compared to 47% a year and a half ago. Teachers believe that we have a good variety of student support. And the majority of teachers, 60%, feel their schools have been supportive of teacher growth, which is a 36-point increase over the last administration. One of the areas that leads me with more questions than answers is one of the growth areas when it comes to attitudes, how teachers rated the attitudes of their colleagues. 37% of our faculty rated the attitudes of their colleagues as positive. 37%. 37%. And again, if you really want to make good sense of data, you have to really think like a scientist and not a judge, right? You don't want to jump to a conclusion there, but it really begs more questions. And those are the questions that I'm unpacking with the school-based SEL team. It's like, what does that mean? So I think it's important that we train ourselves to think like data scientists, not data judges. We have to do a better job with professional learning about SEL. Now, we had an 18-point increase over the last administration, so we're moving in the right direction. We're just not there yet. And that really dovetails into our efforts for the upcoming school year. We have to have more sustained professional development for our teachers, both formal and informal, informally through our SEL-based, school-based teams, and formally through our PD opportunities. A lot of feedback about, they love the work that their colleagues do. They would also like to see some outside expertise brought in, not just about ruler, but about some of the broader SEL skills. So that was some of the feedback that we got in that area. So professional development should model the same practices that we are aiming to achieve for our students, but building community to collaborate on best practices. Application of SEL support from each section.
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
If we're going to use SEL principles to address some of these low scores with the teachers, and only 40% of them responded positively regarding SEL, are we setting ourselves up for success?
Well, I maybe I look at it a little differently. I look at it from where we started, and I think we're trending in the right direction. We're making progress with what we're doing, and I think we have to continue to foster support of the adult growth in this area. They help themselves as professionals, and then provide more support and expectations of how they can help their students. So if we started at, 18% favorable, we're now at 30-something favorable, we almost doubled that number. I think we're moving in the right direction. I think we're still, we're talking about cultural changes in the school district. What's the research on cultural change? 5 years at a minimum. So I think it's too early. I wouldn't say at this point that, maybe we're not on the right path. Maybe we have to divert things. I think we have to do things a little more with a little more intent. At this part, for example, the SEL training, the bulk of it that was done online this year. Self-paced and individual. Some of the comments that teachers made, isn't it counterproductive to have SEL training and we're alone by ourselves on a computer? But we try to make the best of the circumstances and the time that we had. So we'll implement our initiatives next year. We'll do the same survey at the end of the year and try to make the best planning decisions based upon
I realize everything we're learning. We do have a curriculum to get through by the end of the year. Time is a little precious, so we have to move on to. Are you fact? I'm moving you on. Yes, thank you. The Conrad comments.
Let's share my screen.
Conversation. I don't want to find it.
Yeah.
But we have a lot.
I'm gonna cue you.
We got all night, Chuck. We have food waiting for us. We could listen for a while.
When are we planning on?
After these sets of presentations. Unless it gets too cold.
I'm going to pass the floor to Carmen.
This year, we worked on a few minor changes with our title for our strategic goal. So if you noticed, like on the first slide that I changed it to cultural responsiveness and sustainability. And I'll explain more to why I decided to make an addition to what we had previously. So our accomplishments for this school year was one, we had updated our strategic goal from cultural competence to cultural responsiveness. The primary reason was looking at all of the work that we were doing in the district. We were trying to find a place where we could be culturally responsive to the needs in the district. And so looking at the definition, the research definitions behind cultural competence and cultural responsiveness, the responsiveness fit more so to where we are trying to be as a district. We established the Equity Council. We're speeding, Colleen. We established the Equity Council. So we started out with 35 members on the Equity Council. Previously, although that was within the strategic plan, we didn't have an Equity Council. So we had a few board members, we had some staff, and we had some parents. And I think that overall, that everyone's participation, just with all the stakeholders, was definitely instrumental in where we will be headed for the future. We held a district-wide training on microaggressions and anti-bias. There was a lot of positive feedback from the training, and this was actually the first time that no one was excluded from being a participant in the training. We had secretaries, we had the custodial staff, we had our administrators and our teachers. And so I would say that we definitely had a lot of success being able to pull off the district-wide training. And then our monthly Equity Council meetings. During the monthly Equity Council meetings, Shelley Zion met with us to go through the various topics in diversity, equity, and justice, social justice, to give us the foundation that we needed in order for us to have culturally responsive practices. And then the two big events that we had were the town hall meetings in June and then in October. So the professional learning that we did with our Equity Council, we started out with our READY agreements. The READY agreements stated how we would engage as a group. So staying engaged, speaking your truth, experience discomfort associated with discussion around diversity and social justice, expect and accept non-closure, that we can't fix everything, that there will be some topics that we discuss that may be heated, and we may not come to a resolution at the time, but the purpose is that we come to mutual understanding and grace with ourselves and others. The grace with ourselves and others is really based on that when we don't agree on certain things, just like not feeling a sense of guilt, but then also understanding and respecting that others may have opinion that is very much different from ours. The intercultural development inventory, the IDI assessments that we completed the 50-item questionnaire in November. In December, we reviewed the individual scores with Shelley so she could tell us where we fell, where our profiles fell in the IDI. And then we explored our group profile and then the developmental orientation. And I'll review the IDI group data in our next slide, but we mapped out our equity journey. So what is it that we wanted to learned this year. So we needed to first understand who we were as individuals before we tried to tackle what we needed to do as a community. Explore culture, having a true understanding of what it meant to understand the various cultures within the district, and then we challenged our understanding. So maybe some things that we believe in various cultures were about ourselves. The idea was to see if one, how those views impacted our interactions, and if we would make any necessary shifts. And then exploring the values and beliefs of ourselves and others. And then defining equity. We explored systems of power and privilege. We talked about the meaning of privilege. We explored how power and privilege works in systems and identified those inequities within a certain system. We also discussed implicit bias, and in implicit bias, we challenged our own beliefs and recognize how bias influences our outcomes, and we explored connections to others. And then the last of how we ended this year was critical consciousness, how this relates to practice and policy. And that will be the start of our next school year. We will continue with critical consciousness and how it relates to how we develop policy, how we practice, and then we will start to rebuild our climate and our culture. And then culturally sustainable practices is where we want to be when we start to address issues relative to critical consciousness. So if you look at the data chart, I don't know if you guys can see our groups. So when we look at ourselves as groups, there are two areas that you want to pay attention to. The top bar here is perceived orientation, so that's where we see ourselves. And then the second bar, developmental orientation, is where we need to be in respect to each of the areas identified in the IDI. So if we look at the developmental orientation, in our responses, we would either fall into denial, so we don't think that there are any issues with cultural differences, polarization, that we may see some things, but we still are not very certain, and then minimalization. So yeah, these things are happening, but maybe it's just not a big deal. And then acceptance. Yeah, we have some differences, and we're accepting that there are some differences that we want to work on. And then the adaptation is that we have more knowledge about the cultural differences and how we need to respond to those differences. So in the breakdown there, you can see that the percentages for denial, which is pretty good, is that we don't really have anyone denying that there are some issues. And I think that is really good, that we are in a space where we can shift. We're not like way at the bottom. And you also can see that minimization is the largest percentage at almost 60%. Yeah, we have some things going on, maybe not certain if it's such a big deal. And so we do want to see this percentage go down, and we want to see an increase in acceptance and in adaptation. We're not going to get a high percentage in either, but we want to see some growth. And it's okay that some people accept and still have some challenges with getting to that adaptation, like willing to make adjustments to accept the various cultural differences that happens within any system. You can go. So when we met with Shelley at our last couple of meetings, we started to talk about like where we are and the things that we discussed. So if you see all the colors, sticky notes on the Jamboard, the staff pointed out areas that stood out through all of our discussions monthly. And then what we did was we then categorized those areas into subgroups. And so we came out with 6 subgroups. Curriculum and classroom libraries was a common theme. Policy, alignment, collaborating with community and family, professional development, student voice and leadership, supporting our diverse faculty, staff, and students. So the idea is to take these subgroups and then work it into what we need to do moving forward with the critical consciousness. Critical consciousness is going to delve into policy and practices and making sure that those practices are aligned to what our policies are. So we need to formulate subgroups to work on each of those areas so that we can make the changes necessary to be culturally sustainable within the district. So the plans for 21-22 is to further explore the subgroups, and then after exploring the subgroups, we plan to form subcommittees and subgroups. So this entire school year, when we discussed diversity and equity, we did it as a whole. And so if I was a person that in particular was, I'm not interested in policy, but I do care about like student action or professional development, I didn't have an opportunity to do that this year. Next year, the idea is to have our equity council break out into the subgroups and work in the areas that they are interested in instead of trying to cover the entire umbrella of diversity and equity. We will redevelop our mission and goals and guidelines with all stakeholders. So at the beginning of the year, I made some revisions to the information that Chuck gave me for the strategic goal. And I, communicated with Chuck, but that discussion really didn't take place with the entire Equity Council. So the idea is that the entire council will look at our strategic goal, our mission, and then we will have input not only from staff, we will have input from the board members, staff, the teachers, and parents. And then we'll focus on cultural consciousness and policy. So we want to make sure that our current policies support the diversity that we do have within our district, and that those who are in marginalized groups, and we're not only talking about race, we're talking about any marginalized group, whether that is sexual orientation or disabilities, that our policies are aligned with our work to ensure that every group feels protected. And then diversify and increase stakeholder involvement. So we didn't have a lot of diversity within our current Equity Council. So we want to try to make sure that we attempt to diversify more, increase the stakeholder involvement, meaning trying to bring in more individuals from the community and parent participation within our Equity Council next year. We also will explore repeating the IDI assessment to see, after all of the information that we learned last year, do we have a shift in how we think? Because if we are in the minimization area, after being informed on what it means to have implicit bias or displaying certain microaggressions, do we still feel the same? And then doing a cultural diversity audit. So the cultural diversity audit will not only look at where we are as individuals, but looking at where we are within our curriculum and in our development when it comes to diversity and equity. Additionally, we will do school service projects, and that will include more student voice and leadership. A lot of activities happen at the high school level with the rallies, but we want to see the same across all of the schools. And each building does something specific, but we want to be more cohesive in the types of service projects that we're doing. And then the last thing would be the peer training of trainers. So Shelley is here now, but the idea is to take all of the work that Shelley has done with us and ensure that it can carry on. We can't keep Shelley forever. And so the idea of training of the trainers is to have one trainer per building to continue the equity work that we're doing. And any questions?
I liked your plan, thank you.
So in the 21-22 plan, I heard a few goals. So one of the goals was to increase the number of those that can train others so that you can do Shelley. But goals are also just aspirational reaches for measures of success. So what would you be happy with?
It's a hard thing to say what I would be happy with, but what I would like to see is everyone that is a participant, especially in an equity council, being comfortable sharing information within their school buildings to the level where we do not need as much support from Dr. Zion. Because if we're able to do that, then we can really show that we have a true understanding of what it means to be equitable. And we understand how biases and microaggressions could impact a system. So that really would be one primary goal.
How about the individual student goal or student level? Because,
At the individual student
sorry,
level,
Dave.
No, that's okay.
That's a great question, because at the individual student level, the staff has to be confident enough to one, explain what it means to be equitable. And when we talk about diversity, what does that mean? So just like we spent this school year trying to really have to establish a foundation and an understanding of equity, we need the students to be able to do the same thing so that they're comfortable with doing these service projects.
I think that student voice piece is a huge part of it.
Yeah.
Shifting the culture. Right,
Yeah.
Because we all listen to our peers more than anyone else, right? We all know that. Anyone's had a child, the friend voice is more important than the parent. And I think that's a huge part of it, getting the students aware and able to speak about this language.
What do you mean by service project?
Any service project that is relative to equity. So I'll give you an example. I just recently wrote a grant proposal to get money to do a service project. And one of the service project ideas is a student voice forum on 9/11, and what that means to the students. You know, there's a lot associated to what happened for 9/11, but how the students express that is something different. You know, what does that mean? Does it mean that when they think of 9/11, do they think of terrorism? Maybe not. Do they think of that that act was because people were afraid of diversity? So service projects such as that, or maybe partnering with an organization that is responsible for spreading works of equity throughout the community.
The one thing, I just want to plant the seed because it's something I'm very concerned about with having children, with kids involved in service projects, that it doesn't become a perpetuation of saviorism, and that we are not put in a position where somehow because you're, more fortunate in whatever circumstance, that they then feel as though that's contributing and that so that if it's involved with another school or other students, that they're doing something where they're very equal playing fields, so that we're only contributing the inequity as if we're making up for something. So
Yeah, like in my head, I'm thinking of like, how do we teach kids to be more respectful, more tolerant, to have an appreciation of other cultures, to make sure that everybody has confidence in themselves because of the culture that they may have grown up in or their backgrounds. Like I'm thinking at that student level, and it sounds like you're thinking a lot like, well, first of all, we got to make sure that this core equity council gets it, that they're taking it, delivering the right messages, and then it's going to eventually trickle down. Like I think a lot of us are probably right at that student level, but there's a lot of work. I understand that it needs to occur in order for it to reach that student level. But it is a good question. I love your question, Dave, because what are we trying to ultimately achieve? In my mind, that's kind of what I was thinking. I don't know if that's the same as you or
No, it was. I was just going to add. I was just going to link it that's the action that sounds like the next step. And you already pointed out the measurement that you want to move. I just wanted to point out that if you can get the council as a goal in this year to move to the acceptance level, that the chart that you're using to visualize progress is actually going to move in the direction that you want. So this is a personal experience from work where we for the first year where we tried to do a DCI type of initiative, there was just a lot of eggshell walking. And then when we really looked back and said, it's instead of saying what everybody wants to bring, their own kind of story or their own, instead of saying, no, here's a goal, we all want to achieve it, and here's a measurement that we have, then there was progress because we didn't try to tackle everything, right? We tried to, and I wouldn't even say it was baby steps. I mean, we took some big changes, but these were the goals and the aspirations that we wanted. I just wanted this here and articulated because I didn't see it in the slide, and I'm just going to be straight up. I feel the same way about the book, right? Like so when we get to that conversation, that there's a lot of this all sounds great, but I'm glad that you were able to say this is the goal that we have, and I just wanted to point out that chart will be your guide to show that you've made progress on that goal.
Yeah, I think the other thing to just kind of think about is, as the staff members, it's not a responsibility to force the student's choice. Just the same as when we worked together within the Equity Council, it wasn't Shelley's job to force us all to think the same, because that's not what it's supposed to be. The idea is that we get to a place of discourse where we are respectful to the differences. And so I think if anything that we can teach our students is that we have differences. It's okay to have differences, but it's also important to be respectful in our approach when we do have those differences. So, but that will take staff being able to learn now how to deliver the information to students so that they truly have that understanding of what it means to be equitable.
Sure. But in Gino's presentation, that the number of students that feel safe in this district should be an encouraging basis, because they already feel safe. So that to be able to talk about issues in a safe environment, you're creating a safe environment. Your numbers are telling me that. Now you can actually take advantage of that.
Yeah, and one thing I was impressed with all this school year was the student voice at the high school level. Many times I felt like, oh God, they have surpassed us in just how they think and what they're ready for. And
That's awesome.
and some of the things that they discussed and tackled without input from staff are are things that we were discussing as a council. Critical consciousness is something that they were doing without saying the term critical consciousness. And we were learning about critical consciousness and trying to get to the point where we can kind of move to the next phase. So I strongly felt like the high school student voice was there, without very little input from the adults. But the idea is that we want to see that across the district, but for the various grade levels, that means something different. It means something different, and it has to be presented in a way in which they truly comprehend what it is to have a voice when it comes to diversity. So
Thank you.
I think, having people be respectful of differences is definitely a good place to be. Now, like, I would love it if kids had more context, more examples, just a fuller appreciation for different cultures. Like, I'll give you a simple example. Adam Sandler Hanukkah song. Like, it was such a hit because it's like, oh my God, there are so many Jewish people that are so successful, and we have one just like that I have for Christmas. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like, that kind of a thing became so big and important because it didn't really exist. It was filling a hole. You know, like for me, growing up, I read about slavery. Was taught about slavery. That was it. There was nothing else. And so when I have conversations with my kid, I'm like, oh my God, do I bring it up? When do I bring it up? How do I explain that? I'm like, well, they've been killing people since Roman times, and enslaving people all over the world. Like, I don't know what the right thing is to say. I'm like making this stuff up as I go along. I don't know what the right answer is, but it's nice for the individual students themselves, I think, to have a richer understanding, in addition to having more tolerance and respect by other people of other cultures. So just my own personal ideas.
no, I think all the questions were valid and important questions to ask. We do have another meeting that I have to schedule with Shelley. So Shelley will meet with myself, Stacey Brown, and Shannon to start to discuss the subgroups to ensure that we have the right categories, then to ask the other equity council members to start to select those subgroups to join, so we can continue doing our work.
Thank you very much.
So next up is contemporary learning. A really quick, long history that everyone is aware of, but just a reminder that the industrial age still informs a lot of what we do. We still have students sitting in rows. We still kind of expect students to absorb what we're saying and be able to tell us. We don't have so much authentic learning just yet, and that's from our history. And the message that students get from the industrial age model is that they're not in charge of their own destiny. It's inauthentic, I don't know about you, but growing up, I was not allowed to throw away any kind of user manual. My mom would say, we might need that. That's just in case learning. But today, I don't look at it, I just throw it away because I know that I can unbox on YouTube. I can find whatever I want and I can find it just in time instead of just in case. Thank you, that was fun. So where we were 2019, we had not yet passed QSAC. We didn't have curricular, repository. Most of our curriculum was missing or outdated, and it wasn't available to the public. We had an incongruous infrastructure. We had an LMS, but it wasn't really scaled. We had team collaboration, but again, it wasn't consistent across the K-12. Many teachers weren't really familiar with flexible learning tools and pedagogy. My computer's okay. So we have warp speed learning over the last year. And so where we are, we do have scaled expertise when it comes to the learning management systems. We have pretty strong communities of practice. We need to get better, but they're really kind of full the way that they've shaped up. Every team has at least one common assessment aside from the Linkit benchmarking tools. And every team has created a project-based learning unit together. So this elementary school team facilitator said, we've created these structures to have communities of practice that will carry over. I tell you, that made me so happy to hear it. We have scaled expertise. It's every teacher is using some sort of student-driven, brainstorming method. We have personalized learning through our learning management systems. We have project-based learning. We're very good at flexible learning scheduling. That's pretty hard. That's one of the hardest jobs and it was mentioned tonight already. As teachers, we want it all planned out. We had to be flexible, so it taught us to be more flexible all the way around, and that was another elementary school team facilitator. Where we're going, we're looking at learning data collection and analysis. We're reimagining it. Susan mentioned standardized testing. If we're only focusing on those benchmark assessment results, are we looking at, can we tell if our students are creative? Do we have any kind of like evidence or data to show that our students are, collaborative? Are they thinking together? So we have the social emotional learning evidence. Now we're starting to look at reimagining how we can analyze it together and bring it together. We're hoping to have interdisciplinary connections so that students can connect their learning for themselves instead of teachers having to make those connections. Project-based authentic learning experiences, we want them to be the norm and not the exception. And we want our professional development to be entirely project-based as well, which we're already dabbling with. That project-based learning unit that they created, the common assessments that they created, those are project-based learning professional development activities. Dr. Priola mentioned about engagement. I would argue that this is probably the nationwide, kind of pretty common nationwide, that once you get into the secondary level, engagement tends to fall. The immense pressure that teachers are under to kind of content cram, we see that in the social studies standards where they've asked us to think, less about all of the standards and more about focusing and using, those focus standards that we kind of lightly touched on, using those and then thinking about the other standards as supplementary and secondary. We're looking to become more purpose-driven. We want more student voice and choice, and we've started to make real gains that way. We want it to be real-world learning where it's applicable right away, and we want students to be acting as if. I mentioned that last year, and we're getting closer, where a student in a math class is acting as if they are a mathematician. If they're in, a social studies class, they're acting as if they're the historian. This is a Haddonfield parent, Samantha Aker. She said there are 3 facets of a purposeful life: doing what you're good at, doing what you love, and making a difference to others. And so we want our students to feel that. That's exactly what we're going for. We want student-driven and real-world learning at every classroom. Authentic social learning experiences, and at least every day students are engaged in some kind of social learning experience in class. And we want it to be purpose-driven. This is an example of purpose-driven, students actually writing pieces that will be read by other people. So having an audience for your work is really kind of an important component of project-based learning. And as we reimagine learning data, we have every kid can, so this is a quote of how teachers really are making strides in this area. We're looking closely at formative assessment. There's so many technology tools that are super helpful with that formative assessment. This high school team facilitator was talking about a colleague, so that every kid can type some response, it gets collected, and the teacher can see if they're keeping up. We're always talking about assessment. So we are making real strides with that. We have a long way to go. One way we're going to get there is through using protocols to guide our data studies. We already got a good, strong head start with that last year with the math committee. Rachel Brown gave us this protocol. This is just a snapshot of what that means. That it's a way of using unbiased evidence evaluation. So every teacher came with evidence of student learning. They shared the context, what was the design, what was the purpose. There was a focusing question: what was my goal? What am I wondering? The presenter was asked and answered clarifying questions. There was thinking time. That Dr. Russo is really smart. She's always talking about we need to build in reflection time. And so building in that reflection time where everyone can think and then, come back and talk, that was really important. And then
can I point something out?
Sure.
It's interesting because I feel like, even for my 3rd grade, it always feels like there's a race because there's so much to teach.
I'm doing
You
it
gotta
right
teach these
now.
things. We do it all the time. We never really have enough time. We, end conversations, early, and sometimes we get into nice deep conversations, but I don't know. It seems like I just don't see how you do it. I don't know. I'm having a hard time in my mind figuring out how you teach to these New Jersey standards, and it's above my head, exactly what's out there and how you do it. But I seems challenging, like really, really challenging.
It is really challenging. Thank you for acknowledging.
Not that we can't do it, I'm sure
No.
we're all smart and put our heads together. It seems like a really big hurdle to overcome.
That is exactly, we're working with some teachers on curriculum writing and one of them's, designing a new class and he's just doing it with project-based learning as the backbone. And that was what he said. He's like, I don't feel as restricted as with my typical class because this is an elective that he's designing. So there's almost, and again, Susan mentioned it, there's almost like a little bit of a permission, like you have permission to be playful with this and we're watching, we're here to support you. I'll meet as often as you want. And I can probably connect you. So we can get there. It is a process though. And it is, for teachers, it's the most overwhelming part of this whole process. So
Mike, do we need like systemic changes? Like do they need to change the standards or can we work within the standards to get something that we think is?
They are changing the standards. So one of the big changes is that the career readiness is now, we get a year extension because the state gave a year extension, but the career readiness standards are now K-12 and they're across every discipline. And those are things like creativity, collaboration. And so they are thinking about that a lot and they're trying to streamline things so that we can go deeper and not as shallow. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the math committee protocols, by taking that time to reflect with teachers, we saw huge gains. And I've bragged about this before, but I'm super proud of it. 98% growth. The folks at Lincoln said that's absolutely amazing. And this is not home testing. This is in-class testing. 60% of kids had high growth. The typical is 33%. And 86% were predicted to pass the New Jersey, state testing if we had it. That's up from 77% the last time we took it. So, we can see that this process is working for students.
I'm thinking the words aim small, miss small. If you ask me what I was thinking, and that's where Lincoln comes in, right? That you could, if you know you need to adjust, the sooner you need to know you adjust it, the easier it is to make the adjustment.
So talking about that social emotional learning for our teachers, I'm with everyone here that this is the biggest focal point. And so those protocols are something that gets trust from each other and it begets trust. So it fuels feelings of safety, team acceptance, having these conversations around student data, taking away the evaluation part of it and making it more about problem solving. How do we problem solve? It's a trust building exercise. And we're taking a lot of other steps to build that collaborative peer trust, such as the LPDC is meeting in a couple of weeks to develop a ruler charter. Dr. Priolo is helping with that also. So this middle school facilitator said, I think we've learned it's possible to create a team who care about each other, we trust each other. And we'll use those protocols to guide our articulation discussions and the February project-based learning expo. Last but not least, our deliverables, we're expecting a stronger flow of communication with the LPDC, including student voice. We're putting in practices in place for that. Project-based learning style professional development, I mentioned. Articulation using the focus standards. So to what Justin was talking about, we did it for the summer program. We asked each of the teachers to pick 3 standards or maybe one social emotional competency, one New Jersey learning standard, and maybe like one interdisciplinary standard, and they're focusing on that. So we're playing around with it to practice having those more focused, deeper conversations. And our biggest job as administrators, and I know that you all know this, is to remove the barriers. So it's happening. Like Dr. Priolo, fast tracked some field trips for the summer program. There's any number. Mr. Catalano has been helping with with all the orders that are coming in, because project-based learning is a lot of supplies, maker oriented. So I believe that our job is to really become more nimble and to remove the barriers for improvement. And long term, Mr. Vecchio mentioned this at one of our curricular committee meetings, our goal hopefully is to get a customized story for every student. So every learner who comes through here, K-12, has a data-driven, customized experience. Curriculum forms an interdisciplinary, transparent web. So I believe somebody was talking about, getting from the middle school to the high school, we want it to be more transparent, we want it to be more, clarity, more clarity. And this is a little weird, but we want to control AI. We don't want our kids to be controlled by AI. It's happening. AI is artificial intelligence, like it's ruling our life. We want our kids to rule the artificial intelligence and not the other way around. And then the very last is that we want Haddonfield to continue and develop into an even greater human-centered hive learning environment. This is a picture from Singapore. Singapore is entirely human resource based. They don't have any manufacturing, so they really have to rely on developing the skills of their learners. And this is one of their designs where students go and it's just like you could picture a beehive where kids are going, someone's doing this, another one's doing that, a teacher's going to be here. It's pretty complex, but it's also very student driven, very student voice driven. That's all I have. Any questions? Did I go over?
So I do have a question, because I think that we've heard, I've heard over the last year about, more than the past year, about what we're doing with PPL. I personally have done informal focus groups with kids. I mean, that's our target audience, and we've got plenty of them. And I can tell you firsthand that the kids that have been in classes that have this kind of learning, the excitement that we talked about, they actually do have excitement about that. And what I heard a comment, which I thought was amazing, is that some of the kids talked about how, because my concern is, does that only address the kids that are super engaged? And the response was no, because when you were typically having a lecture for those kids, for the middle kids and the kids who are not interested, it's really easy to zone out. But when you're doing the hands-on learning, there's more engagement there. So that was a good thing to hear. And then the other thing that one of the kids said was, the great thing about this kind of learning is that the teacher gives you more flexibility in knowing that different kids learn different ways. And one kid might be extremely good at writing an essay to complete a task, where another one might want to put a video together. And that having that flexibility allowed the kid to be engaged and to do well. So that's all great. And that's really exciting for me. But I think that I feel that there is a disconnect, because we hear about, how great this is. And I do believe it's great, but then there's only pockets of it that's happening. And then we see the numbers that we saw both from the kids and from the teachers. And there is a vast disconnect between the little bit of where it's working and where we are. So I think that I don't know how we answer this question, but how do we bridge that gap? Because I don't think that it's a day or two of professional development is going to bridge the gap. There's way more that has to be done to get from here to there.
I just wanted to share two thoughts while we're kind of in retreat and just sharing ideas. The first thing, I love project-based learning. I have heard from numerous parents over many years that they don't understand why the kids are not taught how to work effectively on a team, perhaps do self-team evaluations, perhaps have the teacher come in and check with the team. And obviously there's a lot of social dynamics, so it might be difficult for a student to voice something with the team members there, but also talk individually, because one student can say something and that may not really be how the team is operating. But I just wanted to share that with all the potential upcoming project-based learning. It'd be great if we, at some point, somehow in our curriculum, taught the students how to work effectively on teams. The only other thing, and I'm going to caveat this because I know this is perhaps opposite of what you're saying. So my kids have done, I feel, the right amount of project-based learning so far, and they've loved it. And then maybe they've been fortunate and been with the teachers who've done it a lot. I personally feel, unless, you know, someone teaches me otherwise, certain subjects require, I don't know if rote is the right word, it may not be, but they require a basic learning before you are at the ability to participate in project-based learning. So what I'm trying to share here is to just make sure that's not lost. I love the way Linda gave the example of different students can shine with what they're good at, one person doing a video, one person writing. But I wouldn't personally like it if my child were the artist and all they ever did was the artistic component, because in my mind, I'm thinking you need to know how to do Excel, you need to know how to do the math on this, and I don't want them to be uncomfortable, I want them to shine, but there's a balance to
If
be
somebody's
had.
got to facilitate too, like if, I guarantee if we got a group project right now, you see like 3 of us hands-on doing it, other, 3 of us sitting back watching, 3 of us, doing something else, so totally you know how to direct it and steer it.
It's a lot though, individual. Like PBL is actually mostly, I mean, right, when you agree, it's mostly individual.
I'm thinking of group projects.
Yeah,
but
so
you're-
it's
that's a
actually
good point,
really,
thank you.
yeah, it's actually not, I know it's a different, usually you do it yourself. It's like kind of the self-driven is really a big component of it.
Okay. But yeah, I was thinking of my kids' examples that were group, but that's great. I think it's even better.
We can marry,
Individual.
we can marry both of those ideas, so a lot of times you'll have students who have similar concepts and they work together to create like one, presentation, so that you can marry the two, ideas together. It's great.
But to your question, sir, 2 days of Professor Dudley, you're right. It's got to be coaching. Right? We've got to have the ability to have some vehicle in place, some mechanism that it's not just here's 6 hours of how this works. We're going to check back and data because that's what we do. That's what we've done in education for years. But if you have people coaching, you're checking in, and that's where I think the teacher groups, the teacher teams, that's where that has to happen, right? And there's different ways you can try to force everyone to do something and fail, or you can ask everyone to do something and fail, or you get the group who's interested to do it and you spread from there. I think that's where we are right now. We're going to try to get those leaders, the teams, people who understand this and see the value in it. And what will happen if I'm the teacher who's not doing it, and I watch my class and they're staring at me, and next to where the teacher is, there's excitement, and kids want to go to class, I'm going to want to know what's happening, right? Because I'm a teacher, every teacher I've ever met, even if they're not a great teacher, does it for what they think is the very reason. They want to help kids, they want to help them grow, they want to help kids better, and they'll do what they have to do to see that happen. And so this is got to be, it's going to be a slow burn. But we do have, I'm not working with other school districts now, ages ago, we do have teachers that are really motivated and really powerful, really do care, and really are dedicated. And so I think we can be successful, but it is going to be a slow burn. I mean, and the key is that revisiting coaching, just like we look at accelerating kids learning. It's not check in 10 times a year, it's check in every 4 or 5 weeks, right? That's the type of stuff we start doing. So that's refiguring faculty meetings, that's refiguring department meetings, that's refiguring those things. So they're not information spelling time. Where I would do my faculty meeting, I would read my list of everything you need to know for next month. That's going to have to stop. Right? We're going to say, here's our faculty meeting. I'll email you the things you need next month. Now let's talk about how we fix this or how we look at that. And that's really where, from myself and Dr. Mary, Dr. Creole, and the building principals, that's where we have to start making that change. That's the onus on us to give the opportunity for the teachers to be able to work together and get that slow burn moving a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have the academic background, but I think that when we talk about what our experience is in business, it still applies. You can't say to someone, here's the thing that I want you to do. Here's a little bit of information. Now go do it. I mean, it's constant and there's it's adjustment and you're gonna fail and then you do better and it's iteration and that part has to
I
happen.
was in a meeting, I can't remember what meeting it was. I remember one gentleman was saying, in education, we give you 10 steps to succeed. and you're struggling, so we give you a new paper. Right, it doesn't, that's what we did. We just, and here's 20, you didn't work, here's 20 steps to succeed. It can't be that. And that's why we have to refigure some of those things at that time. All right, we are
hungry.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break, and at 7 o'clock we do our board meeting.
And we have been in session this whole time, so this is a public meeting. We can continue through our agenda and then get to our public agenda.
How about we defer the LRP to the next board meeting?
Okay.
This way Adam and Lynn can be here, because I think I think it's important, and I think we've covered a lot tonight already.
And okay, we can do that. And then, so I think that we have 2 different meetings set up though for the Google Meets, right? So,
Yeah, we can jump into the other one when we come back out of this break.
okay, so we'll come back out at 7. We'll do
Right, and that's perfect. So it's 10 minutes to eat, and then we'll come back and we'll go into the public session, but we can continue on with the book discussion and then go to the rest of the agenda.
That's fine.
All right, no, we don't have to know. We're in recess for 10 minutes. Welcome to the July 15th, 2021 public meeting of the Haddonfield Board of Education. Mr. Catalano, would you please read the statement of open public meetings?
Public notice of this meeting pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act has been given by the Superintendent of Schools in the following manner. On January 15th, 2021, notice of this meeting was posted on the interior of the school administration offices, 1 Lincoln Avenue, Haddonfield. Written notice was submitted and filed with the Haddonfield Borough Clerk, and notices were faxed to the Courier Post and mailed to the Retrospect newspaper.
And to just explain to the public, we have actually been in public session since 5 o'clock today. This is the board's summer retreat. I'm going to be foregoing, not that we skipped it, we said the Pledge of Allegiance at 5 o'clock. We took roll call at 5 o'clock. We're going to go continue our retreat agenda for one more item, which was a review and discussion of a book and a summer reading assignment. So kids, not only do you get a summer reading, the board gets a summer reading. Thank goodness for you, it's not the same summer reading. We're excited. And after that, we will be continuing into what you would recognize as our public voting discussion and agenda meeting. So thank you for joining, and we'll move to our final retreat agenda of the night, which is a discussion of this book, Schools Reimagined, Unifying the Science of Learning with the Art of Teaching. Dr. Murray?
I'll start off. So, what we're going to do tonight with this book and discussion is to establish a foundation of where we're going to go and why we're going to do it, what's important, right? It's not going to be a conversation that's ending tonight, right? Because we've been talking about it over and over again. It can't be a one-shot and move on. So tonight, our goal is to talk about the book, talk about some of the ideas, reflect on what we've learned from the book, hear each other's thoughts, and then continue the conversation and build our goals, short and long term, off of this foundation, knowing that we think there's things we can do better. And there's maybe different ways of looking at how we're teaching, how we're instructing, and build off of that foundation. It's something we need to relook at over and over again, right? We need to make sure that we come back to the why we're doing these things. We're not just changing because we read an article and want to change. Right? We have to philosophically believe that there's a better way of doing what we do, better way of serving our students, better way of serving our families. And some of the numbers we saw earlier, with 5 o'clock, which I don't show that there are some places we can really improve. We believe that this idea of the higher engagement, higher engagement with students, and a different way of doing some things can benefit that. So what we did, there's 3 sections of the book, and the last minute is that right there. Still broadcasting. The screen is looking okay. What we did was we asked people to look at different sections in the book. It was a last minute. I apologize for that. I was talking to Dr. Murray about this, and I said, I bet they're all going to end up on the same page. Right? We have 9 people. Tell us what you want to talk about, and everyone, all 9 of us want to go to the same thing. So we kind of split it up and forced some people to do some, different areas. That way, we made sure we be all encompassing. And what we asked is for just to find a passage or a point that you thought was really salient and important and just paraphrase it, or we can read it directly from the book. I think we have a little talk about it. We go through all three, we're all having our time to share and build a discussion off of that. I think that'll be a fruitful way to do it. Keep some focus. And as I said, I think that'll help us drive through. So the first section of the book was about making a case for construction of schools.
And hey, if you don't mind, can I just say one thing, not to derail us at all? But, this got me just thinking about, like, what is the purpose of school? Like, what's the purpose? The purpose when it was created was quite different. I mean, it doesn't start there.
Right.
It talks about, how children, learn, a bunch of other things, but the purpose of school. Because if you told me the purpose, like back then, I think there's a quote in the book, there's a passage in the book that says, in the past, there was forced man who in the mid-1800s advocated a system of free public education in the United States intended to prepare children for their role as thoughtful and engaged citizens. There's one other person in here who had a different view too. Like, is that still the right role? Is it to prepare children for careers? If there's some part to that, then I start asking questions around, all right, well, how much are we teaching them financially? I know that if you start investing in the stock market when you're 20, it's different than when you're 30, but yet we don't really focus on it. Owning real estate, whatever it is. So you might get to different answers in school based on whatever your purpose is. For me, it was helpful to keep that in mind.
Yeah, my point, I think I have the first section, which is the making, and my point kind of goes into that, so.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I don't know the answer to that.
So, one of the things, which constructivism is this idea that we adapt to make meaning, that we construct meaning actively, and that when you make meaning, you're essentially taking your new experience and marrying it with your prior experience, and that then becomes the meaning. So, which is why every one of us, we talk about it, we read this book, every one of us would come up with a different meaning for it. And that happens and should happen in the world. And so one of the things I came up with that I was thinking that in terms of what Justin's saying, that, well, you teach the finances and you teach like that we do need to do that. But I feel like in 2021, and we're looking at 21st century learning, the ability to adapt, engage, and make meaning becomes so important because you can Google anything. And so they don't need to memorize it. Having that willingness to learn and that understanding and really the culture of learning and the culture of change is really the best thing you can bestow on students. And I feel like that was a big part of this book, and that idea of helping instill the idea in the classroom level, and then we talked about in the teacher level and administration level and then board level, reading this book and making changes, and then in the global level of really it's our adaptability, right? It's our ability to see the problem, figure out some possible solutions, and then keep going when we get the wrong answer, which is inevitably going to happen sometimes. So one of the thing that really stuck out to me was that constructivist schools, it's kind of like backing up a camera, right? So we look at it in constructive classroom, and we see that we are allowing students, which is a lot of the PBL, they're engaging with information that helps them construct knowledge. But then if you back it up a little more, our teachers are doing the same thing because this is new to them. It's new to all of us. So, and one of the things a couple of people had spoken to too, that we had a conversation in the curriculum committee and kind of talking about how are our systems in place to support all of this adapting and growth and implementing new experiences, not only for our students, but for our teachers, because they're in a similar situation. And when we can, as we were talking about how Chuck is such a good leader by model, if we can instill that on a level of all levels, and that idea that we're supporting and allowing people to experience and grow through experience and through project-based learning and through classroom activities and through discussions with a teaching coach, and all of that whole idea of just having the culture of change and adapting and growth mindset. And I feel like it sounds so fluffy when I'm putting it into words, right? It sounds like, well, what are you really doing? But what do any of us really do in a given day? I mean, we have problems and we solve them. And when you get a profession, you have problems and you solve them. And so much of it now is teaching students to identify what the problem is, figure out how to solve it, and solve it. And I can speak to it in myself because I do this in my classroom, is that you really, like, everyone might be doing a different project, but you're able to see the learning that takes place. Because in the end, if you give them a list of things to memorize, they're not going to remember. None of us remembers the battles of the Civil War. I mean, well, I'm speaking for myself, but I don't. But I can tell you that I understand, like, you know, what stuck out to me is I learned what the drummer boy does. Does anyone know what the drummer boy does? This is becoming more theatrical than I wanted. This is scripted. I'm not reading any more.
And you're passionate, so keep going.
But so the idea, so the drummer boy I never knew what it was, but so he walked through, as a little boy, he would walk through all the dead soldiers. And when he saw different things, like if he saw somebody who could be saved, he would have a certain rhythm and he'd beat that. And then people would know, oh, let's go there to rescue him. And then if he's over here and there's dead bodies, he'll have a different rhythm. And people will go, okay, there, we'll go get our dead. And my point of showing that is I remember that because it was meaningful to me. I made a connection. I remembered it. I don't know anything about anything else in the Civil War in terms of battles. But the idea of constructivism is we make meaning. I made meaning for that for myself. Did everyone else? I don't know. But that's not really the important point. The important point is that we're all making meaning of something. And it might not always look the same. And that's why when we get into the standardized tests, like you usually, like it does tend to play out in those standardized tests because when they make it meaningful, they learn so much more than they would if they were just memorizing something. So if I make meaning to that, and now I have that as my prior knowledge, and now I'm going in and you're teaching me about a battle, now I'm visioning that, and then I'm bringing that to this new information you're introducing, and I'm making meaning of it. And that's how you remember something. And so, you know, so my point is I am passionate about this. I think it's a great idea, obviously. And it's that ability to adapt and pivot. And so when we talk about looking at on the teacher level, it's that same thing. We have to give a safe place too, where we're not, every day is not, one of the things that stuck out for me was that assessment should be as more of a learning tool than an actually evaluating tool. And I think that holds true for our teachers as well, that we need a place where it supports them and they grow, because this isn't easy stuff to do. And it's very, it really shapes your confidence when you start doing it, because the teacher in a model like this does not have the answers. And that's not the point. The point is that you help the students and guide them in finding the answers, and you set up an environment where it encourages that and where they share information to each other. And so that takes support. And I think that, you know.
And to that point, we talked earlier about the math student, right? You can say you can do well math. It's the 180 days you walk in, you hit the head. Teacher has the same thing. Right? 180 times a year, they're walking into a class trying to deliver information, feeling they need to be successful, feeling they can't fail, feeling all those things. All that can inhibit the teacher's growth mindset, right? So that support, boots on the ground, in the classroom, with kids, in buildings, is crucial for the teachers to have that, to open up their mindset, right? Otherwise, we're getting stuck there.
Right. And to the point of like not being afraid to fail for teachers too. Not every lesson is your best lesson. And we want to set up an environment where you're willing to take a risk, because then we all know, right? Because if we stay in the safe spot, we're not getting as far professionally as we would. And if we felt like someone was watching over our shoulders every day, you stay in that safe spot. But if you feel supported and you feel like there's someone who's there to guide you and help you, because that's more their job. We know everyone's busy and you only have so much time to research, come up with all your plans. But if there's that support system in place, which helps everyone grow professionally, and it's seen as something constructive, I think that's important. That's an important part of getting the systems in place, because my section involved like the school as a whole, and getting that all of those systems in place, or else you see that it's not as it's not gonna work. But I think you have to have that in place and the culture and it all, it takes time, but I think it's valuable in 21st century learning.
Thank you.
I read something that's not true, that's all I can think. It felt like they went off. So.
No, that's perfect. And so I guess there's the answer. I don't have a perfect answer to your question, Justin, but you know, it is. Education today is not about learning something. It's about how we think, how we solve problems, how we approach things. Investing. If your child is in 5th grade, 8 years from now, investing may not look anything like it does today, right? And it's certainly 20 years now, when they're 30, it won't look the same. So it's not about teaching them how to invest, it's teaching them how to sort of analyze what's happening, think about it, process it, and solve that problem.
Yeah. Well, you're right. The only thing that I think could be missing would be knowing that there is a problem. So completely with adaptability, constructing meaning, all about it. But a lot of kids don't know they have a problem. Like I didn't personally learn that in high school. I didn't learn that in college. I learned it later, and I learned it more. I don't know whose job it is. Maybe it's not a job at school. I don't know. Is it a parent job? I don't know where you learn that. I sort of learned it through financial class. Maybe I had in law school, piqued my interest a little bit. Didn't teach me much, but enough to stir my interest to make me go learn it on my own. But it happened much later than it would. I'll tell you now. I definitely talk to my kids about. I'm starting to instill early. Not that having money is the be all and end all, but we all need money. And I don't see where my kids are going to learn some of those lessons because they don't learn it in school. And I'm sure there are other lessons that may not be taught simply by only having started from this book. I think this book is great. Adaptability, it's definitely a part of my job. I'm just not sure if it's capturing every purpose of school right now. I don't know.
Well, every child is required in New Jersey to take half a year, a semester of financial literacy. But it is the tiniest toe dip. Yeah, tiniest toe dip there is, right? And it's really supposed to, the course is by design, it's supposed to be a marriage of macro and micro, and talk about, not about the finance, not about the stock market, but the fact that doesn't affect your wallet. Right? It's supposed to have this overarching thing of money in California is related to money in your wallet. And they don't teach you how to write a check like they did when I was in school. Okay, I have 3 kids who've never written a check, and they're 31, 26, and 23, and they'll never write a check. So it doesn't go into those type of details. But what we don't offer here, I don't think we offer economics anymore. We still have an economics elective, so you can do that there. But I don't know that we see the goal of the school is to have that practical application of those things. And if we talk about jamming a curriculum in a year for a course, you have to there's only so many possible credits you can get in high school, right? Because periods and credits. We are now to 120 required graduation credits with 4 years of English and 3 years of this and 2 years of that. And it has narrowed down a lot of the things you can scope. And in our situation, in a school of 70 high school of 70 teachers and this and that even narrows it down more. So if you Cherry Hill, West Windsor, you've got 2 giant schools and 13 grammar schools, there's more flexibility in those things. So it's a non-answer, but that's kind of where we go with it.
And that was just one example. And the last thing I'll say about it is, like, way back in the day, most people learned a skill, you would get a job, and that's the path that most of us follow. And so you see incredibly intelligent people all across the world who maybe don't have a lot of money, haven't had the level of success you would expect based on their level of intelligence, because they got great grades in school, they went to a great school, and they got a job and they keep doing it. So I want kids to make sure, and maybe this helps us, get them there by learning adaptability, how to construct meaning how to solve problems. But it's the 21st century. There are startups all over the place. People have all kinds of go about being successful in many different ways. And I don't want kids to just focus on, let me get that grade so I can go to school and get into this great school, and then I can get a great job, and I'll stay on that path. That's not 21st century, I don't think.
I think that, I'm sorry. I just think what you said is really important. But you are talking about finance, and that's important to you, and then you are.
As one example.
Right. But I can tell you that there are absolutely children, if now we have one more requirement and you had to take a finance class, there's kids that would excel and there's kids that would zone out because that's not their thing. So I think the important part of what I take from all of this, the important part is not picking all of the things that they need to learn, but teaching them how to learn, how to go out and get information, how to really, every kid has such different interests, to be able to when you find what makes you passionate, dig in and go farther. And I think that that's the thing that we can potentially do.
Yeah.
So one of the things you do, I'm sorry, Heather, you were gonna say something, I didn't cut you off.
I just want to say, I agree with what both Justin and Linda are saying, and it's interesting. When I considered constructivist schools, I could see how maybe some teachers are better at this than others, and that we could grow in that direction. From a systemic perspective, some of my frustration is I agree with what Justin said about learning to learn, and we already teach critical thinking, but I personally have experience with my own daughter, and Chuck touched on this. There are such stringent requirements from the New Jersey curriculum in order to graduate. My daughter, last year, this year, and next year, is taking like 2 classes over the summer because she loves her art electives during the school year and she can't fit these things in. And because she takes so many art classes, I'm like, really? She has to take practical arts and graphic design? Like, I think that would be fantastic for some people. And even though she has a choice, my point is that I feel like the New Jersey curriculum standards and the requirements should move more to be more constructivist and allow, and I realize it's a tough game to play because you want to make sure everybody has a base level of knowledge in a variety of subjects, and you don't want people to get too specific, but I feel a lot of it we don't have a lot of control from at a higher systemic level, but we only have control of perhaps ensuring that our teachers teach in this direction in their classroom. At least that's what I thought. I don't know if administrators see it differently in the classroom, but I wish that there was more flexibility perhaps with our required curriculum.
Just so, something that is different from when we do have kids, gap year is now a very big thing. So we do have kids go out, more and more kids go out and explore the world for a year or two, and then try to make the decisions.
Yeah.
And we even see it with young teachers, right? They'll come, they'll try teaching. Like I did what you did, right? I went to college, I got the teacher line, I graduated college, I got the teacher job,
right. And
I 35 years later, here I am. Good, bad, or different. We have people come out and be very good, successful teachers. The teachers said, I'm going to try something different, and I know that my kids are, like I said, my 31, 26, and 23, and three different kids and have very different life experiences. My daughter just moved to Austin. She just never been there. She wants to see what Austin's like, right? And so she has that feeling that she can go and just try things. So there is, I think that I think she gained a lot of that because I was afraid. But I think she gained a lot of that confidence in how she was educated. And then she gained a lot of it in college because in college she did a lot of this stuff. She was in a hotel management, I should know. Hospitality, and it was all go out and put a program together and plan to do this and do that. And that's what she did. And then she came home, she said, I'm moving to Austin. So okay, move to Austin, and we drove down, she moved to Austin.
Right.
So I think her confidence that she gained from not just memorizing the charts gave her that confidence with Austin. So I don't know if I would.
Yeah, and I think this is the core.
Right.
But I ask a lot of questions of what's
Sure.
what I really think though, because I think it's our responsibility to tell them some general information about certain topics. Like let them know that things exist and they can go and explore it further. You pique their interest. Yeah, I'm going to give you an example of something. Here's an example. If you were to, and I know that this is the money example. If you were to invest now this amount of money for 40 years, this is what it would be. Okay, you do with that, you will. Take another subject that we think may not be covered off in college, but we think is an important life skill. I mean, I think we're supposed to teach kids, how to not only be integrated into society and be like good citizens, but also prepare them for careers, prepare them for adulthood. And so, I don't know, introducing them to certain topics, even if you're not spending the time on it, and then they can go take what they're learning through this new way of learning and go explore further. But I think to not mention it, which maybe we do, some of the things in that class that you mentioned, and maybe there are other topics. I just don't know if we've gone through the exercise of, maybe it's that portrait of a graduate. Or,
Yeah, that's gonna be probably next month.
okay, so, maybe it's there identifying all those skills that, or topics that we think are really important to be successful in life, however you define success. And we say, well, is this covered in school? Is it covered in college? Like, where's it covered? Do we need to cover it or do we not?
I don't know the answer. I do, we do have examples of that. So we had a course that ran, I think I only ran once. And it was, Mr. Reader, who's a very creative guy. And they went out, it was a class of study of the world, I can't remember the name of the course, I should remember it. But they went out to the memorial here and they grabbed names and they researched individuals who went to school here. I remember, and then they got very much, they researched their lives, they did all this stuff. They got very much attached to these people on this thing, the veterans they found. They weren't all from this wall because the story would tell you. And I went by the room one day and they were all like sitting there silent, quiet. And they had just found out that one of the people they had been following that had killed himself, right? And so not while they were studying him, but just that person that he had 15 kids sitting in a room with a teacher like sad. Because someone they never met or never knew, just a name on the wall they grabbed off, killed himself. And so that's constructivism. That's that power of that driving something and going. But I think those kids in that class learned they can grab and go, right? They can find something of interest and go learn about it. And I think maybe that's the goal, right? You can hear about investing in the finance and the stock market. You can hear about art. You can hear about drum reward. And if it's of interest to you, and you learn that as an individual, you have the ability to go out and learn and find out what that is, and construct meaning for it, and make it important, and then connect to something else, then we're doing our job.
I like that somewhere.
And also, just to clarify, because this is something that I think, this is where the real hard part comes in, which is why support's needed. This constructivism is based in standards. And so it's very hard. That's where I'm thinking that a lot of support needs to happen, because it's hard, you're right, to divide. It's almost like you're quote unquote tricking them into learning, but you really want to, there are grounded in the standards. So the things that they would normally be learning in class, they're learning, except you're like sending them off in a direction to kind of discover themselves. Yeah. So it's difficult it's why it's more challenging, and it often it can take more time, but there's a deeper level of study.
Right.
So,
standards, like, yeah, we got to do it. Is it right? I'm not going to just trust that, somebody's created these. And when you say standards, you're talking about the New Jersey.
No, I'm talking about New Jersey standards.
Okay, yeah, we're talking New Jersey. Yeah. I'm like, all right, well, I'm not going to trust a New Jersey's got it, right? I think is important for kids. And yeah, we got to do it because it's required by law. But I kind of want to start from further back.
Right. Yeah.
I agree that the world's changing so fast that it's hard to keep up with it. And I think it's also a challenge. Linda and I looked at you because we've talked about this before, but like a lot of the newer fields that people will work in, like artificial intelligence or technology, it's a real challenge to find individuals who can teach that, because they're out there making so much money right now. And even if you were able to bring somebody in, their knowledge is going to be obsolete in like 4 years. And then they're not a good teacher 5 years down the road, even if they're, well-intentioned. It's a challenge.
Yeah. So I just mentioning it, small little previews.
Yeah.
And they can
Agreed.
go and construct meaning on their own.
Agreed.
Any other thoughts on that first foundation? All right, part 2 is the guiding principles. Justin, you're the only one.
I'm not going to comment.
Here we go.
All right, I'm on page 84, and this is the chapter. The title is chapter 5. And so in 84, it says the bottom paragraph: design thinking necessarily involves error, which is an essential and unavoidable component of the construction of knowledge. A well-known statement attributed without verification to Winston Churchill defines success as the ability to move from failure to failure without the loss of enthusiasm. This is what we hope for in schools. People rarely design precisely what will work on an initial attempt. Engagement in design work embraces error as a necessary step towards success. Students who work on design projects and learn to self-correct based on feedback from their own designs become resilient learners who enjoy school. They learn to fail forward.
Minimally viable product.
Yeah, I think the important part, is the old way of thinking in school is the focus on the failure. Rather than,
Exactly.
well, what did you fail? What did you not understand? And let me go back, let's get you the knowledge so that you wouldn't fail next time. And well, you got a 75 on that test, let's move on to the next lesson. Yeah, just-
Reminded me of Denzel Washington's commencement speech for Penn. So I don't remember when that was. He talks about failing forward or falling forward. Sorry.
No, I saw this is a hard thing to fail and be okay with it. It's not really fair. You see, even where fail's wrong, right? To not be right. I don't know the better word.
Right.
That in itself, that it's a failure.
Yes.
It's a problem. I was a couple of years ago walking through by a first grade class in central school, and they were doing estimating. Right? Estimating. So how many things do you think would fit in here? And you write down 7 or 6. And then you count and you see if your estimation was right. And it didn't have to be right. It has to be an estimation. You had first graders like erasing through the paper because they couldn't be wrong. And the teacher saying, you were right because you're just guessing. There's no wrong answer here. That wasn't. I wrote 7. I counted 8. They were erasing, and so this is crucial, right? Being able to not be perfectly successful the first time, and I say that, and yet I get mad at myself, right? And here's where I am. Everyone else in that room can make a mistake, and I'm fine. If I make a mistake, that's not acceptable, right? That's how a lot of us are, right? And so that's what we need to be instilled. That's our challenge, right? And that's when we talk about teachers who need to understand that it's okay. That if you try to do this and it doesn't work perfectly the first time, that's okay. That's what you'll have to instill. That's tough one. And that's something that's a challenge. That's a big hill to climb because of, I guess, the nature of who we are. Like no one wants to be that person, and that's why I mentioned earlier I was the worst world language student in the history of the world. I was not going to say something out loud in French that you can make me sound stupid. This was not happening, so I got to sit there quietly. And that's part of this. If I had this philosophy my whole life, I think I'd be a better person, a better place than I am.
It certainly ties back to our conversation.
So we need you ready to try.
You don't speak French.
In French, I hear speak French.
Yeah.
Our conversation about grit and growth mindset, one of these data points that Ronnie here in grades 6 through 12, 40% of our students reported that they are unlikely to try again when they fail to reach an important goal. 50% students said they won't keep working in the face of adversity or have challenges working in the face of adversity.
Because the end goal isn't where they're getting, isn't the diploma from Haddonfield.
Right.
So
Right.
we grow up learning the motto, practice makes perfect, but that's not what we do. We practice perfect.
Yes.
And when we don't have perfect, we move to the things we can be practicing perfect. And that's where the grit mindset gets lost right off the bat. So, in the saying of that, I'm wondering how much, because let's back up from why we're reading the book for a second. It's we want to make a change, but that's not just an internal endeavor. There's a community involvement that comes into that. And so we have to understand what the community's goals are, right? And try to do what we can while educate. It's kind of like what Dr. Henderson had said about, what the goal is to have more awareness next year than we had this year. Well, it's not just an internal measure of awareness. We have to understand that the community needs a long runway too, to kind of everybody coming on board, and it's not just the school committee, it's the community.
And this goes to the next section, which is mine. Dr. Henderson and I were talking during the break about this exact issue. It's exactly what you say. And there's a hearts and minds thing here that, the thing that I was going to cite was a table in the last section that said how easy it is to accomplish everything in this book, right? Just follow these steps. And I'm like, yeah, that ladder looks like it's 1,000 feet tall, right? So, and the first rung is the hearts and minds. But I'm trying to figure out, from an educator's perspective, whose hearts and minds do we have to win? Like, we've got to win the teachers, right? They've got to believe in this. Do we have to win the parents? I mean, I think some of what we're talking about here is a high achieving community who, and this happens at 14 Birchall Drive, where we practice perfect.
Just your street name.
Yeah. When are Tom and Alex Vecchio wrong, and that's okay, as long as Owen and Gemma Vecchio fail forward.
He used the word earlier. It's the kid's job.
Yeah,
What do you think the kid's job is?
That's what I'm
To
saying.
get into a good college, right? I mean,
Right, and if it doesn't happen, it's like they're scared to come home that day.
Yeah.
I have been battling fruitlessly for many years about exams in terms of funding.
Right.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And the argument I get from teachers, parents, and even alumni, why do you take a final exam? It prepares you for college. The exam does not prepare you for college. Right? Who prepares for exams? SAT tutors. And they don't teach the content. They teach taking a test. Right? And so taking exams does not prepare you for college. Right? That's a fallacy.
It prepares you to take the test
Takes
while
you
in
to-
college.
Not necessarily.
Depends on the program.
They still test in college to pass your subject.
The experience of
We're
sitting,
not talking SAT or
the
ACT.
experience of sitting for 2 hours is not teaching you the test.
No, it's not,
Right,
but
so that's why I said the SAT teacher. The SAT teacher says, how do we read a question?
yeah,
And you take it, and you look at what you got right or wrong, say, why'd you get this one right, why'd you get this one wrong? That's preparing to take the test.
yeah.
Sitting in for 2 hours taking tests
I
is
see
not.
the differentiation. I think
Yeah.
we should have SAT tutors, but go ahead.
That was something we looked at doing too.
I know.
I think Dave voted against it.
Yeah.
I couldn't disagree more, but that's not the topic, and that's not.
But the experience of taking the test, I'm fine with, as long as you make it meaningful by putting it, surround it with
Follow up.
what the meaning is,
Do it,
what's the
what did you
meaning,
not
what's the
learn?
practice, all those stuff, right? So the 2 hours sitting there doesn't prepare you.
Yeah, I agree. Like one of the points they had is like assessment should be for growth as much as more so than evaluation. Like I agree with you. There's a place for tests. Like I can see that. But not test and then never see it again.
I agree.
And I think that's part of the process. And also because it is good to learn to fail forward.
You failed and you're gonna be
Yes.
resilient and you're gonna relearn it and you're gonna actually,
Feel under pressure, like there's.
One thing I do when I was teaching, we're gonna do the test, we'd go over the test, and I would say, here's what we're looking for, I was an English teacher, and what's the green light pass, whatever. And I would take points off the kid's grade, he said, but here's, and he said, we would talk about why he answered, I just give him the points back, I don't care, they're not my points, I don't lose anything by giving a kid points, right? And by the questions they asked about why they lost points, showed me they understood what was going on. Right?
that's a great philosophy.
When you don't, and so those kids understood about the, I like to think they understood, but when you don't, if the test is the end result, if the end result is the test, you don't get anything out of that. You get everything discussing why did I get this question wrong, right? So I gave the example earlier. What'd you get, Tommy? 13. No. What'd you get, Bobby? 12. Good job. Why? And this is real, and the better math teachers do this. Take me through how you got the 13, and takes it through and he said where the mistake is. I guarantee you 5 other kids in the room also had 13 for the same reason, right? And that process of going through it is the value. And that's what the value of assessment is learning through that process. So in the end, you still have to get high SAT scores.
Right. So I'm thinking back to one of our it had to be close to one of our last publicly attended meetings, balanced out. And I'm thinking back to when does Bobby get his credit over Tommy for having 12? Like, and again, I'm totally convinced by the philosophy.
Right.
But you're gonna have, I mean,
Never ends.
the pitchforks are gonna be in here saying, but Bobby deserves the credit because he got 12 right the first time. And I'm fine if you want to teach Tommy what was wrong with 13, as long as you give Bobby the number one spot first. And that's what I wear. That reconciliation, those are the hearts and minds that we gotta.
So Tony, my thought of what you just said, I have several philosophies on the board and one of my philosophies is that if the members of the public had the same information we had,
Yeah,
that 80% of the time, 80% of the people would agree with us because they're an intelligent community.
yeah,
So when you talk about the hearts and minds, if this is the right direction to go, and we have appropriate communication, which I know can be challenging because the parents are busy and they don't always have time to read all the newsletters, but I do believe that if this is the right direction to go, back to school night, meeting with teachers, that we'll eventually be able to bring them along. And it's going to be a slow process anyway, but that's my thought.
but and to that point, I'm
And if it's not
wondering
right, they'll
whether
point out errors.
we bite small pieces. Right, is that the way to do
I
this?
think the nature of it happening is like small pieces.
Yeah.
We move and doing it, but as I said, it's gonna be a slow burn. It's not.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna teach you have to learn, because we have to support them, because we may not have the current infrastructure to support it. We definitely don't have the current infrastructure to support a massive quick change rate.
Yeah.
And it just not there. And so, thank you. And so that, it is gonna be this, but I think it has to be stated where we want to go and why we want to go there. And that's what today is, that's what next.
Yeah.
And so people are going to say, I don't want to go there. It's like, okay, well, this is where we're going. And I go, okay, it's not a good answer. This tough luck is not a good answer. But the expectation that by January, this is what we're doing, every class, that's not, we know that. And we know that because it's a long process to teach everyone. Not everyone understands it. There are things that I don't quite grasp yet, that I really wrap my mind around. So the practical application, rubber hits the road on this stuff, is really hard, right? And it's going to take thoughtfulness. It's going to take a long-term, 5-10 year vision of what this is going to look like, right? This is not going to be a 6-8 month thing. And that's where I think by establishing what you want to do, why you want to do it, why it's important, that's why we have these, that's where you start doing the hearts and minds. And then, what's the other guy? People will buy into results, not into goals and vision, right? So when you start to show that this works, people will buy into it. And that's why it's a 5-year, 10-year thing. You start doing it, you get better at it. People see the results, they see the positive, they see things growing, they'll come along. And that's how you in the hearts and minds with results, with nothing else. That's the truth, right? But if we do all this and we believe it's the right thing to do, and kids aren't getting into good school anymore, I won't be here. But I'll quickly established, and we'll go back to what we were doing. But because the results are the important. The results are what people want to look at. And that's how you win people results. So we have to show as we go along that, hey, we're still growing, we're still doing this. And that's why, when I talked about opening in the beginning, we're laying a foundation now. The discussion of where we're going and the exact vision for it and those things, that's going to be a multi-month conversation. We'll be talking, if we're not talking about this in October still, we'd be disappointed.
Yeah.
If we're not talking about this in November and January, we're not talking about this in 2023, 24, then I haven't done my job, right? And that's part of what we have to keep going. And by showing, not telling, but showing,
Yeah.
we can show results, and we will show results. And there's data to prove that this is a way to think.
I don't think we're as far away as we feel. Like, I know that I've seen tons of this in my kids' classes. And it's the times when I've seen it because it's when they're talking about the class. It's when they're saying, hey, will you read this? Not because they want to get a good grade, but they care about the material and they want to do it well because they care about it. But I do feel like, and I feel like COVID maybe got more of that because you didn't have a choice but to get a little more, have the students do more projects and things. But yeah, I feel like I've seen really awesome teaching like this. So I don't think we're as far away as it seems. I think it's kind of like that. You turn the I hate the analogy, but I've been using it a lot lately for like boiling the frogs, you know.
Say the whole analogy, I don't know.
Oh, okay, so
Frog slow enough.
if you boil frogs slow enough, you won't jump out. So when you turn the water up, I know it's awful. And I'm But I think it's that idea that you don't even realize you're doing it, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, because it makes sense. It just makes sense, and it's not as hard once they get into it.
And I think you're right, it's happening more than we're giving us credit for.
Yeah.
Pre-K, this is all they do.
Yeah.
Is project-based something. This is, we have, you can look, you walk through the buildings, you see this happening all over the place in very subtle, matter-of-fact ways, because it's what we do, right? And a lot of us do. The part of the challenge is, and this is where the people who are really good at it can do it well, is how much the teacher controls and how much the student controls, right? And ultimately, you want the student to control most of it. And the teacher should be working all their work outside the classroom, and inside the classroom, the students work. That doesn't happen as much in the show, right? So often the teacher's working, and the kids are watching the teacher work. We want the kids working. I think this type of stuff shifts that burden.
Yeah, and to Heather's point, some classes just lend themselves to this much more. I mean, I teach writing, so it's easy for me to say I use
The English
because
class
how
is
else
doing a
would
great
you
job
teach
of
it?
this.
Yeah, how else would I teach it? But I think it is harder in math and science because you want them to have, you don't want to go off using the wrong.
Although we did hear some examples, right last week with the teachers that were collaborating on the math curriculum, some creative ways of teaching I heard.
Yeah,
And the science is do it, there's science.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I feel like that's a piece I know nothing about, but that's like, I feel like that's a little harder for entry and for people who aren't as comfortable with it. But
I just want to go back to one thing because I personally don't perceive things, Tom, and I think that this should be addressed. I don't think that we're saying that every student now gets 100.
Yeah.
And there are still grades happening, and I think, and we do need to bring parents and have them understand that it's okay to fail. But ultimately, conceptually, what I think the way I'm thinking of it is you go back to the Bobby and Susie example, that yes, Bobby might have gotten the answer right. So good, and Bobby will get a good grade because over time, Bobby is really grasping the concept. If Susie learns and gets it the next time, then as a parent, I should be okay that Susie failed, and as a parent of the other child, I should be okay because both of them are moving along the way that they should be, and it's not every kid now gets 100.
This will be part of some of our upcoming looks at grading.
Okay.
Right? So is grading a race? Is math a race?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So if to complete algebra, I have to have all these 50 skills, and we give 20 I'm sorry, 25. So we have these 100 skills, 25. Like every quarter, right? If I can get all 25 by the end of the first quarter, I'm getting my A, that's great. And someone next to me can't. Okay. But by the time we're at the 100, as long as it's gotten as long as by the end they're where they're supposed to be, I mean, that, it's not a race to can understand algebra faster. It's can we ultimately understand algebra, right? And so, that's a value judgment, right? Whether we as a district are going to say it's important we have deadlines for grades, or it's important we really understand.
I feel a lot of teachers do that now. My daughter in the high school has had the opportunity many times to go back and redo something for an increased grade. So she gets an initial grade, and I'm pulling numbers out of the air, but let's say she got an 80. she does not have the opportunity to get 100. But if she redoes it, she might have the opportunity to get a 90 if she understands why and does it like perfectly. If she doesn't do it perfectly, maybe it's an 85. Like I'm just doing, but I feel like that helps them solidify what they got wrong and not just throw it away and move forward with a weak foundation, but they get it and there's a reward for getting it and there's a measurement on getting it.
There's a good cake analogy on that. So if you have a baking class and one student gets the cake baking correctly on the second try, but and at the end of it, it's a perfectly beautiful and tasty cake, and the other student, it takes 10 tries. But again, at the end, it's a beautiful cake, tastes great. Haven't they both achieved the goal?
Yeah.
But our system values that, well, you got it right the first time.
Let me ask it a different way, though.
That gets-
Is it just learning the standards? So the example that they give in the book, where you're counting in tens, 10 through 90, and you add them all together. And some kids are going to say, like, so you had 10 plus 20 plus 30. If you had, 10 plus 20, 30, then they go from the next one, and then you go to 30. And that kid gets the answer, which is 450. But then you see this other kid who's been learning and picking up and adapting, and they're like, all right, well, I can do 90 plus 10, that's 100. 80 plus 20, that's another 100. Right? 70 plus 30. Or it's like, well, another way is I could just say there are 9 sets of 10s, 5 is in the middle, so if I multiply them together, 9 times 5, 45, or 450, like I got there. Wow, that kid actually showed a deeper learning and understanding and adaptability. Does that kid get a higher grade than the kid that just added up quickly, 10 plus 20 plus 30 plus 40, and got to 450? I don't know.
I think the book says no. I think the book says they're different learners, but they got to the same conclusion because there's different learners.
Does the book say? I thought the book said, well, that kid isn't getting that deeper learning. The kid that adds 10 plus 20 plus 30, they're not seeing that there are other ways of learning, which could be 90 plus 10, which could be, multiplying it. It's just,
I thought that was a terrible because
I thought it was good. I thought it was a great.
At the end of the day, they rewarded speed.
No.
Because it wasn't about pattern. Because they said that same person could then fail when it was subtraction, where the other person would actually who did it
correct
in order.
Exactly, that's my point.
Would get it right both directions.
No, my point was the kid that added it up, 10 plus 30 plus 40, isn't going to have the adaptability when it comes to something like subtraction, whereas the other kid showed that adaptability. They're thinking at a higher, deeper level. I don't know.
Depending on the standard. I mean, if you're grading them, are you grading them just to get, that might be a standard that's a little further down the line, but you could assess that separately as well.
Yeah.
So
Well,
really,
it's kind of like 5th grade to 6th grade, right? So if my son was great doing division with Lattice, just absolutely great doing it.
Yeah.
But he couldn't do it in 6th grade. He started drawing the lines and all, and the teacher's like, no, don't do that. And so it was a dead end. And I think the book says that no, don't create a dead end in that regard. Like you can foster, because that's the way that brain thought, that you rewarded the end result at the same time. So I mean, we've read the same thing. I think we agree, but the conclusion is different. Like I just
you're making meaning and trying knowledge.
Any other thoughts? Any other?
What I've got in principles?
I was part of that last section as well. And so I think that we kind of touched on this. And what I highlighted here is teacher voice must be at the heart of any change in approach. If you ask teachers how students learn, they'll tell you. And if you ask them how the district's visions are impactful, they'll tell you that too. So typically, thus moving from one teaching approach to another must be done with teachers and people. Yes. I think that's really what we talked about tonight. I think that
really
was so
important.
critical. Yeah.
So if this was book club, I'm going to make a comment about the book because I was in the last section too. The last 2 chapters reminded me of the last season of Game of Thrones. Daenerys dies. One goes off and brands a king. Like they just kind of blew through it because it partly said there aren't answers here.
Yeah.
Like there's an ideal. One of the frustrations I had was that there weren't things to consider. It was only positive. So that's just a general review of the book. And it kind of led to what I wanted to pick out from reading. And it was a story in the 10th chapter on page 147 for those who want to follow, and it's Under For Whom. So they're talking about a kindergartner who's kind of precocious, a little bright, he thinks in poems, and he had such a deep knowledge of volcanoes that he was asked to teach third graders about volcanoes. And it says he did mesmerizing the third grade students with his articulate explanations, charts, and photos. At the end, they asked if there were any questions, and the third grader asked him a hard question, like, how do you know there's not a volcano underneath? And then the story said that he was shifted. He was able to think at the next level and say, well, the grass isn't brown. So I actually took this as a negative story, because I guess it's my Vulcan brain that says the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. So it was great that kid was bright. It was great that kid was invited to go to the third grade and talk about volcanoes. In nowhere did it say that those third graders didn't know about volcanoes already. It was all about the child and his experience being able to prove how smart he was to the next two grades up. So that's how I read the story. And it kind of got back to the question you asked about, Justin, how do you find time? And it's kind of why I love Lincoln, I guess, maybe, because you asked a question, what do you already know? And one thing I got taught a long time ago in a very high-powered negotiation class was a negotiation is about a scarce resource over the allocation which you disagree. I'll wrap what I mean on this. You don't have to teach something somebody already knows. So if we can evaluate faster where the baseline is, we don't waste the time redoing it. Maybe it's in that time where you lose the student in boredom or in engagement, and that's why our scores, as you get higher, you got some really bright kids. I do not discount the fact that this district graduates over 95% of their students into a four-year, or actually, what's the number for four-year college? It's around 95%. Right. So when I say when some people would throw in our face, what are you, a prep are you a prep school? Yeah, actually, we are. So you never underestimate kind of, this isn't universal. I'm not trying to save the world. This is about Haddonfield students. Pretty smart. And the better that we can evaluate the baseline of what we need to teach them, gains us time to actually do this kind of stuff, because we're not wasting their time and our time. And that's a crime of a waste of time, but it's also a crime of engagement, because it's at the beginning where they're like, this class is easy, because I already know it. And that's not challenging. And to go back to what happens when you get to college is I've seen those survey results too about like, what did you know? Well, I didn't realize I wasn't as smart as I thought I was. Like that was a common theme about. That's why I'm encouraged about what our 4-year rate is and our 5-year rate is. That's a number that I love to track, because that shows how well we're preparing our students for the next level. I like the thoughts of this book. I just think, as you said, where do you find the time to do it? I think that's where some of that time is. And unfortunately for little Ben and his volcano story, although he got a lot of value out of it, he probably wasted the whole period as a third graders who already knew all about volcanoes.
I kept trying to reread this because I thought, did I totally not, I didn't take that. And I'm going to be honest, my daughter had the experience of teaching her English class twice. And because of my daughter's first experience, the teacher then rotated it to the other students. It started out as a joke. But I asked my daughter how it went. She said, oh, everybody was paying attention because they thought it was hysterical, right? Then she was doing little mannerisms that kind of poked fun at the teacher, but in a I like you way. And the teacher kept chiming in, like if my daughter missed any, it was fantastic for my daughter, not to show how smart she was, but it forced her to actively be able to reiterate the information, which is very different than passive understanding. But the teacher chimed in, and then it rotated on different days to other students. And I think it stopped them from sitting there in the classroom and just kind of zoning out. I don't know. When I read that volcano story, that's exactly what from my own experiences, associated with it, and I interpreted that very differently.
Well,
which is the whole point of the whole
And I think
program.
it was good for the individual. I just don't think it was good for the whole.
One of the things that's about like the and I know we're wrong on this, but like as far as, because I'm trying to think of your point about like, because some might be further along than others, because I feel like that we can't forget those middle students either, like that's important. But with this with constructivism, the key point is we don't realize we're doing it, but we bring our prior knowledge with the new information. And so everybody, because you're constructing your own whatever you're doing, you're starting at your prior knowledge level. And you don't know that, and nobody knows that, but well, the teacher might observe it. But as you move, your project might not be as advanced as the person next to you. And maybe you don't even learn as quickly as the person next to you. So the person next to you might have this, they might also put more time in, and they might have this amazing, incredible assignment that's a little further along than somebody who's also really great and really proud of what they do, but maybe it's not as far along, it doesn't show as much understanding. But I guess my point is that it actually really works well when you have the different levels, because they don't realize what they self-select. So they're going to select things that they can start with and then grow from there. And so it's pretty conducive to that, which just, I think so.
When you were describing, my brain went to Eliza Doolittle, thinking how, now, she was so far behind what his normal class would be, but she was willing to put up nearly her life savings,
Right.
To get better. So she was more invested than many of his students, even though she had a much higher hill to climb.
Right.
So I mean, that's describing different people at beginnings, but they all have the same end.
And I've had a student this year who started off struggling, didn't really, but then loved the topic, and his project was better than everyone else's. But I'll also tell you, he probably put in twice as much time. Mm-hmm. But he got there and he did it, and so it's that idea that sometimes they can act because it's constructivism, they construct it themselves. I might have, if I was selecting what he would do, I might not have given him the assignment he chose for himself, because I might not have thought, well, wait a second, that's a high level for him. But when you self-select, you can pick something ambitious and you might have a headache.
But do you reward by scores the reach, like the
I'll tell you what, my final project I gave. Now let's start back with Tom again. They all got A's.
Thank you for this assignment. I mean, this assignment was.
This was Dr. Meredith brains out. We're having the authors come and meet with the admin
so
team. So the authors are coming and meet with the admin team. In the first week.
And they're going to be watching this tape before they come, so see how the board thinks about it.
Not just the book, but all of the earlier presentations, and I feel like we had more of a discussion because it's the retreat. For me, I think that's how we all learn and grow from each other, and also understand where each other is coming from. So I appreciated everyone's inputs and listening. It was great.
A lot of good conversation and something I would like to see, like I said, we should talk about this in October and November and 2023 and 2000 and beyond. So I agree, a lot of good conversation. We need to keep conversation happening.
So before we move on in our agenda, because I just realized we've lost some members, we gained a member since the last roll call. Mike, I think we should probably reestablish quorum by taking roll.
Mr. Bedford.
Here.
Ms. Crooked.
Here.
Ms. Hope. Ms. O'Girdle.
Here.
Ms. Whitner. Ms. Paoli.
Here.
Mr. Vecchio.
Here.
Vice President Seidel.
Here.
And President St. Joe.
We have quorum.
The pledge over there.
We can continue. Hopefully there are no students. Everyone's enjoying their summer. So we'll skip past that. Same thing, accommodations. Congratulations to the graduates. You had a perfect weather night for your graduation. Not too hot, not too tart, not too sweet. It was wonderful. And from a presentation, although you've been doing a lot of talking, you're on the agenda again, Dr. Murray, doing a social studies committee presentation. The floor, as they say, is yours.
Thank you so much. I feel like everyone queued me up for a lot of this stuff. We have some committee members for the social studies committee. Some people from the community and some administrators are here to share a little bit about the work that we did this year. We collected students, parents, and administrators to try to take a close look at our social studies curriculum, and the goal was to create curricular goal changes. So I'm going to give a quick overview, the big ideas of the work that we did, some of the needs assessment projects and the results of the committee. The overview, we wanted to stay grounded in our strategic goals, and I'll talk about the theoretical underpinnings as well. So we wanted to make sure that we were reaching out to the community. A lot of the discussion that we just had talked about, like, getting the community involved, and we felt that this was a perfect opportunity to build collaboration with the community around district goals. We wanted to be able to set curricular goals through the committee and have change recommendations that are underway right now in writing. And we saw this as an opportunity for professional development. Since everyone was engaged in a needs assessment project, at least one, it's an opportunity for professional development. The thinking behind it is distributed leadership, and that's the idea that the people with the greatest knowledge of problems are empowered to investigate, find, and recommend solutions. So these are the people reporting the problems. They're empowered to follow through with the solutions. They're the ones closest to the problem, so they're most motivated to solve it. And a lot of teams focused on solving problems, and they have shared benchmarks. And so our shared benchmarks were to determine and share needs that we felt that we needed in the curriculum and to make curricular recommendations. And the senior team, our job was to advise and maintain a strategic overview. The team was teachers, students, community members, board members, consultants, administrators. We had 11 teachers, 8 students, 12 community members, 5 administrators, and 5 people who served as either advisors or observers. The scope and sequence, we spent November coming up with needs assessment projects, people trying to figure out what do we want to find out and learn more about. January to May, we had 3 cycles of needs assessment project presentations. June through now and August, we crystallized our recommendations, and right now curriculum writing is happening. It'll continue next year, and then September to November, we'll have professional development on those curricular changes. The big ideas, we had a peer review of the actual framework, the blueprint, and so I met with Beverly Plain. She's the director of Office of Standards at the NJDOE. She gave me an hour-and-a-half coaching call. She looked over the blueprint. She gave some feedback. And the best part of the feedback was that we need to start thinking about interdisciplinary connections. We need to really think about civics and project-based learning. And this blueprint was also vetted through Penn Graduate School of Education, the Superintendent's Roundtable. They focused on it as a problem of practice, and so their recommendations was to recruit for diversity on the committee. So the frameworks that we use to ground our work, C3, a couple of members presented and shared on what that framework is. The New Jersey standards are pretty grounded in that. It's inquiry-based. EAD, Educating for American Democracy, that's a new collaborative that just came out a couple of months ago. They've been working on it for a long time. 300 or more groups of professionals and experts created a framework. We got the embargoed copy early. We got it back in November, I think. And then OER, Open Education Resources. These are the ideas that free, adaptable, and standards aligned. So next up, if Amy Lackpour can hear me, Amy did several needs assessment projects. One of them was an aspirational school visit. She facilitated it, she organized it, she coordinated it, and it was, I'm going to pass the floor over to Amy for this one.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. So we met with West Windsor Plainsboro. They were lovely. They gave us several hours of their time to share their experiences and answer our questions. They covered a lot, so it is linked in this slide, but I'm going to share some points to note. First, they talked a little bit about how they moved from a thematic approach to from a chronological one, which was driven by the teachers. And so we talked a lot about how chronological reasoning and thematic connections can coexist together, and how when we're teaching, students have to know the sequence of events and basic cause and effect relationships, but teachers can make those connections across and within time periods. So for example, how the role of government can change in society and things like that. like I said, they shared a lot of resources and a lot of source materials. So I encourage you, if you're interested, to kind of check out the report that was linked there. As a community member, I can speak to a couple things. One, an interesting example to me was how the district can support teachers as teachers move to teach more inclusive material. So an example they shared was when a book was sent home, and the book included a trans character. And the teacher's reflex was essentially, oh, I need to send an email home to parents and make sure that they're prepared for this, And instead, the district supported the teacher by saying, here's the language you have to use. There's no explanation here. This is the book we're reading. But if you do get a phone call from a parent who doesn't agree, this is the language you can use. And it was, the teacher had told us that told them that it was very helpful to feel supported, and that the language is essentially just saying, we're inclusive, this is what we do, period. And so I thought that was really interesting as a community member too, and as a parent. My daughter's going into middle school in the fall, and I just love being part of this. I thought it was great. I learned a lot. And I thought it was lovely to be part of building that community between supporting. I think of my role as obviously not just as a parent, but as hopefully supporting teachers, because they're the ones that are helping my daughter at school every day. So this was a great opportunity for me, and I hope that, thanks to everybody who helped or invited the community to join in.
Thank you so much, Amy. I really appreciate all of your support. And that was wonderful. Next, we have some other needs assessment projects. Some high school reflections from Dan Licata. He said that communication, it offered dynamic conversations between teachers, community members, and administrators. The curriculum review was an opportunity to help teachers reflect on the curriculum, and the growth mindset, it was an opportunity to have critique current practices and look towards growth and articulation. Next up, we have Megan McCormick is going to be sharing about her needs assessment project on option 2 policy.
Hi there, can you all hear me?
Yes, thank you, Megan.
Great. So what I was working on was examining this trend in students taking particularly social studies online, which seems to be sort of a growing part of the culture at HMHS. So what we were looking at here was, first, how many students are participating in option 2. Because we were a social studies committee and I'm a social studies teacher, I focused particularly on that. But the data that we collected, which was from forms turned into Mr. Licata, was really about all of the core subjects that are being taken online. And then from there, we went on to conduct interviews with students to try to gather information as to why students are taking things online and how we can better serve students, as well as generally what their experiences were like with the online platform that we currently use. At one point, our committee got a sample lesson from Eduseer, and the general setup of the history courses online is sort of a read and repeat style course. It's core content delivered through PowerPoints that are kind of click through, and then there are smaller kind of like daily check-ins that are multiple choice mostly. And students reported that those were particularly unengaging. Most students in their interviews talked about how they took social studies online mostly because they don't have enough room in their schedules and they feel kind of over-programmed, and there's pressure to fit into, like, I'm this kind of person, like I'm a math science person, so I don't need the humanities in the same way. And so we wanted to kind of take some of that interview feedback to figure out how can better serve students and develop our program. The overwhelming report that we got was that students weren't really feeling engaged by the online platform, that it relied a lot on their study skills and time management, but there was just an overall lack of engagement, an overall lack of meaningfulness and value in it. And we also took a look at our district policies when it came to option 2 in terms of how option 2 is evaluated, because it's not just a social studies thing. This is for courses all across the high school. And we were really finding that other J district schools require students to demonstrate learning or engagement in different ways that our policy really isn't doing. So overall, what the committee kind of discussed was potentially putting together an action team for the next school year that would look at the option 2 policy overall, how it affects all courses across the high school, what it's doing to help students with college preparedness, what it's doing to their schedules, and to take that kind of information and talk about a potential policy change that really looks at how it would affect students, teachers, across all subjects. Because this is something that we really couldn't do as a social studies committee because it's beyond us. The other thing that I was going to talk about was curriculum. This was something that was mostly led by other high school teachers, but 2 key points here. The global issues textbook was something that they were looking at potentially expanding into a different textbook. So they used an adapted version of the NYU scorecard, which they've linked in this presentation. They looked at textbooks from 3 different publishers, and McGraw-Hill scored the highest on cultural responsiveness, diversity of primary sources, accessibility for readers, variety of images, and the units covered. So this was the book that they, based on the scorecard, determined would probably be the best to move forward with in the global issues curriculum. And then as far as US History 1 goes, this was really focused on curriculum development over the summer. So our summer work is really focused on expanding resources, especially at the CP level, to support students with authentic engagement throughout history. We're trying to bring in activities that support the development of historical and critical thinking skills, really pulling in from different places, from different types of resources. So some of the sample lesson topics and sample resources are listed here.
Thank you so much, Megan. Really phenomenal work. And the middle school tackled a lot of different needs assessment projects. Like this one in particular, they wanted to map out the big ideas of the progression grades 6 to 8. Another group studied, just our district goals and how they could see it. So they want to make better connections to individual cultures and identities. They want to show how social learning is core to living, and they want to incorporate LGBTQ in the curriculum. And then Jonathan Maxon is recommending, he did a needs assessment project about community engagement and resources, and he's recommending that we make a concerted effort to deepen ties with community resources like the Haddonfield Historical Society and the Haddonfield boards and commissions. And next up, we have Michael D. Philippus, who's representing the elementary team.
Good evening, everybody. So I had the opportunity to look at an elementary school curriculum called Young Citizens, which we felt was really a strong curriculum, and it was cleanly organized, and it really stood out in terms of SEL specifically, which I thought went really well with our ruler model that we implemented this year. The program itself is very up to date, so much so that the pandemic is mentioned within the curriculum, which I thought was awesome. Spatially, it was great, especially for those lower elementary school students. As we, some other people in the group, we looked at it more and more, spent some hours looking at it. We started to realize that it really didn't go with the framework that we're looking for in terms of project-based learning. So we, while there was many pros to it, that was something that we weren't willing to, give up with the PBL. Something else that we found really exciting moving on from that program was a resource called Learning for Justice. So this specifically really does a nice job going over all the social justice standards. And I loved that they had a whole section dedicated to teaching hard history. So there were so many free resources that were available to teachers that, it might be something that, a teacher, especially fresh out of college, might not feel super comfortable or age sensitive. They're not sure how to go about doing it. This resource was really, really wonderful in terms of talking about, different topics regarding American slavery and how its impacts are still felt today. I also, on the same resource, I really loved the fact that they had all these different types of primary and secondary sources, some of which actually were leveled for, the various grades. So anytime, I teach specifically writing, but I also teach science and social studies as well. But anytime I get an opportunity to implement different resources within the classroom, especially when it comes to history, my eyes lit up when I found this or when it was presented to me. So I thought this was a really, really great thing. And I shared it already with a few of the teachers I work with over at Tatum. But so far it's been a pleasure working with Dr. Murray and all the different people on the committee. So I look forward to seeing what else comes of it.
Thank you so much, Michael.
Absolutely.
And next up, we had a couple of committee members survey teacher needs. So they surveyed all of our social studies teachers K-12. Alex Vecchio and Amy Subramanian conducted this research, and it really was hours of data analysis as well. So the presentation and the notes are linked there. The goals were to find what the teachers felt about the curricula, areas for strength and growth, to assemble some actionable data to guide us towards moving forward. Objectives were to look for relevance, adequacy, effectiveness, professional development, and articulation. And some of the questions had to do with inclusiveness, developing civic mindedness, adequate for coverage of the 4 disciplines, and student voice and choice, and also articulation needs. There was a 50% response rate. Elementary was 36%, middle school was 78%, and high school was 90%. And the themes that came out were that there was overall satisfaction with the curriculum, a little bit less so at the elementary grades. The need for primary resources and repository, and greater emphasis on equity, diverse voices, and most especially civics, and professional development, need for improved, more meaningful professional development, need for more timely adoption of the standards, and support needs. The teachers said they want strong teacher leaders, they want social emotional support, and collaboration and articulation time. Next up, we have Dr. Wassel and Shannon Simkis, who are going to share about their needs assessment focus groups.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having us here today. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
All right, great, thanks. Probably one of the best things we do, right, is work with kids. And that's what Beth and I kind of focused on, talking to our students, getting feedback from our students, and listening to our students. They had so many great things to say. It was so great to meet with them. Beth met, I think, with both groups, the upper level and the lower level. I focused on the elementary school and was there for their needs assessment meetings. So what we heard from our students were similar things to what you heard from the teachers and what we know to be true about good learning. They thought that learning was most meaningful when it was project-based. So they remembered the projects they did with their teachers. They remembered the activities they did with their teachers. They remembered the activities they did in small group with their classes. And they really enjoyed the project-based learning. The students also appreciated when the teachers connected the content to current events or to Haddonfield. So they talked about times where they did stuff in their community. They talked about times when they learned about their community. And they talked about times where they learned about current events that were happening in the world around them. And finally, we talked a lot about engagement, what it meant to be engaged, when kids were most engaged. And some of this work comes from the high school, and middle school, but even at the elementary school, there was a perception from the students that there was a difference in engagement and quality and experience when they were engaged. And then specifically between CP, which they considered more traditional, maybe a little less engaging, and then accelerated courses, which were more engaging, more writing, and higher quality.
Yeah, and so in talking, and just to note, we talked to students ranging from grade, I think the youngest we had were second graders and up through seniors. Even across the grades, students reiterated that they preferred discussion, exploring primary sources. They were able to describe particular sources they had used, so really memorable, impactful learning, and activity-based instruction. And they were very quick to tell us what they didn't like, and that was lectures, note-taking, individual kind of question and answer, more traditional, instruction, and dense texts without support. And just in connection with the board's discussion of the text earlier, the book discussion earlier, what we heard is that kids are craving this type of constructivist, differentiated, and project-based learning that's responsive, to their interests, to their identities, and to their lives. Another key piece of that was they talked about just how the classes in which the teacher built a really strong learning community and made strong connections and built relationships with students also led to their greater engagement and enjoyment of the content. And one thing that we just did want to point out, that the students who participated in our focus groups were primarily highly motivated students who described themselves as students who loved social studies and history. So I think we suggested the need to explore further next year and get, a more diverse array of student voices to ensure that the curriculum and instruction is meeting the needs of all students.
All right, and then Colleen clicked ahead to our next slide already, and we really talked, Beth and I, when we debriefed during our meetings and after talking to the kids, and even right after we spoke to the students, about how student voice is paramount in curricular decision making. A lot of the time we're involving a lot of stakeholders, and we can't forget about the students who are sitting in those classes, who are engaged in those classes. When we're thinking about the student voice and what they want in the curriculum, we kind of summarized from the students and really took from the students when we analyzed the data that the curriculum should be relevant to them. They all talked about the relevancy, the connections to their own worlds. And then when we're thinking about curriculum, how do we determine what is relevant? And how would we do that would be really to engage students. So Beth and I talked about a potential structure we could put in place to involve students more regularly in this feedback. So we did this once and we sat down and we talked to students and we got their feedback. But Beth alluded to just before that we need to get more voices and we need to talk to kids more regularly. And she's going to talk a little bit about how we might do that over the course of the next year.
Yeah, and so there is some good research out there on classroom-based, almost like focus groups that happen at the classroom level that really support student voice in curriculum and instruction decisions that are happening within the classroom. And so one example is this structure called co-generative dialogue, where students are meeting with the teacher or with other stakeholders within the school building regularly, whether it's once a week or once a month, to talk about just what's happening at the teaching and learning in the classroom, and to collectively generate suggestions, ideas for usually all around the question of like, how do we better support our own learning and how do we have a stake in it? And so something along those lines, providing space or time for perhaps teachers or teams to, again, find explicit time during the day to invite student voice into decision making is something, that I think some of our findings pointed towards.
And I'll just end by saying I'm really proud of, the way that our students interact all the time. They're so great to listen to talk to. They're always so kind and thoughtful in their responses. So it was really nice to be part of this with our students. And I'm also just so proud of the way that our teachers always involve student voice in their classrooms and the way they get kids involved in the curriculum in Haddonfield. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Beth and Shannon. That was really just wonderful. Excuse me. In conclusion, we felt that we wanted to use distributed leadership. We wanted to honor the learning process, that engagement in the learning process should come from multiple angles. And so, I recognize that this is kind of a lengthy meeting and this feels, this is a long presentation, but the fact that it represents so many hours of dedicated work from across the whole Haddonfield School District community, I think that for me, it's been the most pleasurable experience ever. Curricular changes came out of this and an updated curriculum came out of this. So thank you so much for listening, and any questions?
I just had two comments. First, I loved how it was repeated multiple times that student voice is important. It feeds directly into the constructionist schools and letting kids kind of follow what their passions are in order to learn something better. But I also wanted to comment, I know it will be an upcoming committee to evaluate option 2. I was surprised, and it's a shame, it's a real shame that so many students are doing social studies with option 2 because they're missing out on some fantastic classes here. But if you look at the number and you look at it over just 3 grades, because I assume all freshmen take the class here before they do option 2, it's only around 5% per grade that are opting out. And I guess my comment is just, when option 2 is evaluated, the whole purpose of option 2 was to give students flexibility in their schedule, because as we discussed earlier, so much of it is mandated by the state. And some of those students may have really good reasons why they opt out of social studies. And like I said, it's a shame, but I'd hate to take away from that optionality, if that's a word. And I am tying a lot of things into the book we just read, and I don't know if you've ever read, my favorite book of all time is Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell. And, Bill Gates completely focused on what interested him in computer science. And that one of the lessons out of many I took from that book was that he didn't constantly work on excelling where he had weak points. He took that strength and he ran with it. And as a parent, I need my kids to get a base level of knowledge in everything, whether they're weak in that area or not. So I realize it's a balance. But my point was just, I don't know. I've always thought our option 2 option at the school made us a better educational system. And I just you got to evaluate it, and you'll come back with different findings that might surprise me. But it's a shame they're opting out, and I'll see what you come up with.
I have notes that are almost identical, and I don't actually think it's a shame that they're opting out. There are great social studies classes here. There are great social studies teachers, but that's not everybody's passion. And we just talked about allowing kids the flexibility to pursue their passion. We just talked about we need to meet New Jersey standards, but do we necessarily agree with them? Who knows? But we don't have a choice in there, so we need to check that box. I do want to understand what is the structure and process for those action teams, because I feel this is flying in the face of what we just talked about, not giving kids the freedom to pursue their passion, unless that happens to be their passion. So, if your passion is social studies, then that's great. But it would be fair to force art on the social studies kid if that was their passion. Is art lesser of a subject than social studies? No, not to the kid who is passionate about that. So I am concerned about that, and I do want to understand what is the structure and the process for that action team.
I have to comment, I agree. Not only is your, I was trying to be diplomatic. I actually feel stronger than how I worded it. I didn't know saying it the way you did. I was trying to be soft, but I appreciate it. I agree with you.
No, we have not formed the committees yet, and I will tell you, the goal that I kept kind of pushing for all year long was like, this, whatever we do, it needs to be actionable. It can't just be us, like, people say, like, staring at the problem. And so it kept hitting that exact logjam about access. Like, we don't want to reduce student choices. And so for me, the action team any action team should always be representative of the community at large. But it's more of a systemic, I don't have a stake in this game at all. I do want kids to have, choices all the time. I want to have as many choices as possible. I also want students to be civic oriented, and I'm not sure where they could learn that if they didn't have it in social studies. And so what I walked away with is, I don't think we know enough about the problem. Is it, the whole district? Is it just social studies? Is it affecting other, class, subjects? So we have not formed the action committee yet. This is just the recommendation of the committee.
Yeah, I think it's important is this a vendor issue or is this an option 2 issue? Right? Because what I heard was the courses online aren't engaging in this and that. Maybe explore different programs, right? I mean, so We talk about flexibility with the schedules. This might change with the new modified block. Perhaps this is no longer a conflict in student schedules. So there's a lot of factors, right? So does a modified block perhaps open the schedule up in a way that we don't have right now? Does a different vendor do this? There's not, and I think that Megan said it very well. She's a social studies teacher. She's looking through a social studies lens. I think it was 800 kids who are taking an option 2 course right now. It's not just that. I mean, it is a big thing. And I can tell you, because I was newly hired assistant principal of the high school, and option 2 became the law. The intention of the board at that time was very strongly, they wanted the least restrictive possible path to student options they could have. Was it two least restrictive? Worst sentence ever. Did it not have enough guidance? Maybe. I mean, that's something you can look at. So, there's very possibly a land between where we are and what's the best possible, solution here. So we'll take a look at that. But we will certainly be an all-inclusive. An action team will be an all-inclusive piece. And we'll get all those voices in there. But there are schools who do things differently than we do. Doesn't mean that we're wrong and they're right. Doesn't mean they're right and we're wrong. And so I think we need to do what's best for us. And I think a good hard look at it will tell us.
I mean, listen,
That's what the feedback was I'm saying. So I agree with both of you. I think that we have knowledgeable students who are passionate and never passionate about the same pigeonhole. The vendor thing came up 3 years ago. I watched students come in 3 years ago and take a midterm in 5 seconds. We started looking at other vendors. We started to really make sure it's in the curriculum. Sure, it's an online course. Is it going to be as engaging as a class that's not online? Well, we just saw them hybrid, right? Like it's different levels of engagement. Taking away choices, our kids are involved in extracurricular, they're involved in the community, they're involved in social projects. I think we need to be flexible, and that's why we are successful. So for me, this would be, and I agree, it's a small percentage. We live in an area where, we have a lot of doctors, we have a lot of students that are interested. When I talk to students, they want to double up in science. They cannot do that. So you would be limiting that ability for students to major in or go into that field. So for me, it's looking at the vendor, like Chuck's saying, the problem is changed. I watched a student take it last summer. They came in and took that midterm and final for an hour and a half. We had to supervise it for NCAA. So it was a different experience than it was for me 3 years ago, where I was like, oh my goodness, the amount of papers and reading the work. So the rigor did increase. Again, of course, it's not going to be comparable to here. We're not saying it is, but taking that away from students who are working really hard, like doing homework, and don't have that in their schedule, I think is taking a step backwards.
Right, but when you look at the portrait of the Haddonfield graduate, we can still look at the rigor without taking away access. We could say you have the access, and then the work that we're promising is it meets our standard.
Right.
And
I think that's a key part.
Just from the people I asked around, anybody, so now my daughter's a sophomore and we haven't done this, but the people I talked to also had kids that age, and they said there's a ton of work, lots of papers, like it was really hard, which was contrary to I know what the report was. So I don't know if it's the time, but it was they all said they wouldn't do it again.
Students who are not doing it because of the amount of paperwork that who've gotten on papers and stuff. But
Yeah.
It's and it gives them that flexibility with their schedule.
I think a key component in this, I think this is where the group looking at this will come in very helpful, is what gets approved. Right?
Right.
There's 1,000 different things you can try to do for option 2, right? It could be my uncle was a history teacher. He's going to go have dinner with you and tell me, right? That's a bad example, but
we used to accept gym memberships.
We used to accept gym
and we took that.
So I mean, I think that's a key component, right? I mean, we certainly have high expectations, high standards for our students. Is that?
We had somebody for a class that was an entry level class, not nearly as high as the level class they were trying to get credit for. It was denied.
I think that's all stuff that this group will look at and will be able to make, right now, I don't know that anyone, I had that job, I'm sorry to say that, so I had Tammy's job for many years. Once I got to be no longer the assistant principal, the principal, I kind of lost track of what was going on actually too, because that's not my world, right? But I think a good look at it is helpful. I think a wholesale saying we got to get rid of it is not healthy. But like I said, perhaps somewhere between here and there, we're going to find out the best balance. And there's a lot of factors between vendors, between the approval process, between whether or not why kids are doing it. It doesn't escape me that in that chart, there were 38 history teams kids. I think there were 9 was the next course level, which I think was world language. Was it world language?
Yeah.
So that, like that. So there's a question even there, right? there's so many things we're all making assumptions on things right now, I think, to a certain degree. And we need not make assumptions. We need to look at this closely and figure out where we're going. Okay.
And it is to take another class and free up her schedule is the number one reason.
Which is different than, I'm just looking for an easy out. Like that's very, especially if their schedules are full.
And they are. We see our kids at home.
Yeah.
And what they're doing.
It's not a group of slackers. They're all pushing themselves.
Right, but I think Chuck had said too, is we're all making assumptions. So one of the assumptions we made, and option 2 wasn't even the reason, but we thought, well, maybe that would go down because we went to the cum laude system and we changed by Frank, calculation and maybe that would affect it. We haven't had enough time to see if that was one of the driving forces for it too.
Right.
We don't know. So it's kind of like you can make a change, but then you have to observe the change to see if you did it. And this just sounds like it's awfully quick. You know what I mean?
Right. We look at policy.
Throwing another lever.
We look at policies all the time.
Sure.
This is one I don't know we looked at in a long time. I think it's one it's a serious issue. I think it's worth a good look. And I think it's not going to be an easy answer, but it's going to be complicated. But I think it's worth our time and effort to take a good look at it.
But an answer could be we're going to leave it alone.
But the answer very well could be we're good where we are.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
We have to evaluate.
Yeah.
But it's time. It's been a while.
Yeah, we sat, those are some of the policy committee, we're looking at a policy that's been there for 50 years and say, is this what we're going to do? We'll say yes or no. Most of the time it's like yes. So that's a poor sentence structure. Most of the time it's like yes.
Long day.
Yes. But all the time just no, we can do better. A really good example, and this will be boring to most people. Duties of the superintendent, right? One of the lines in there was to something with authority and discipline, and everyone's like, that's what we want. We crossed off authority and discipline and said, for everyone, goodness, kindness, whatever, with respect, that's it's just looking at things, and part of when the action team comes, part of this this is policy, right? So while this is an academic thing, so the policy committee is going to have a significant look at this because this is a board policy that has to be, if adopted and changed. Anything else for discussion?
So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to board member comment and committee reports. Curriculum committee, Jamie, do you have an update?
A lot of what we talked about, I feel like I'll be reiterating things that I know it's long, so I will not. We talked about the curriculum and instruction with the co-teaching. We're going to add a few more hours there for curriculum writing in terms of the co-teachers working together more and having more planning time. The summer programs moving along. There were a little few blips in the beginning, which is normal. It's a new program, and AlphaBest was very responsive. So things are moving along well there. We saw the Social Studies Committee presentation, so thank you, Dr. Murray, and for all those who presented. And then one of the other things we talked about was we're renewing Linkit. We're going to continue with that. And then we did discuss, which has been brought up a lot tonight, was looking at how our parent teacher supervision model really is able to support all of these curricular changes that we're making, and all of the, if we're doing project-based learning and we're training teachers in this, like Linda was saying, a workshop isn't enough, and it's help, but it's important. But can we look at that system and see if is there a way that we can become it can become more collegial and more fluid, so that, and adaptable, because I mean, we've seen, if nothing in education, it changes all the time, and the trends change, and everything is always changing. And the more we can put in place to support our teachers in that change, the faster those changes will then get down to our students, and the better that, classroom instruction would be. And it also would be, looking at being very professionally supportive and more of a coaching type of situation, as opposed to evaluations will be in there, but have it more of an open door kind of fluid situation, which will involve just looking at the system as a whole, because we currently don't have even the manpower, that kind of infrastructure built up right now. And just looking at that, and is it something that we should consider, given the 21st century changes to the classroom that we're going to be really facing down the line.
We talked about this a little bit. We don't want a lot of hard work. We just saw how many hours are coming at 1,000 bazillion hours. We can't let this down the vine, right? So we've got to be able to, go my down the vine, fertilize it, water it, like that. I'll say that piece, and we have a structure of a 2,700 student district. With principals as a primary supervisors in a lot of places. Well, principaling is a tough job. There's a lot of stuff going on, and we want to make sure that anything we implement with fidelity, and we support teachers, because those of us, I think I'm probably the only one in education a long time. Things come, they're handed to you, and they die on the vine because they're not supported properly. If we value this work and we're going to do it, we're going to have to find a way to make sure that people who need help get the help, people have someone to ask questions to, people get that support, and that support is best if it's someone who's accessible.
Yeah,
and
we were talking about discipline specific as well,
right.
and fair in a sense. Like, we can't, to overload. Our principals are so hard worked, so busy. I mean, I think we've all had emergencies in our children, and many times we didn't want to come. We had to come, and and of course, they're there on the drop of a dime, and so it's very difficult to have. That's so important. But then, if we want them to also be very supportive in the classroom, we might even look at a different model. And just be realistic. We're human, and the time is a precious commodity. And so we need to look at our current system in place, and about having people in place who are specifically of that discipline. Because when we do get into things like project-based learning and constructivism, like we were saying, I couldn't even begin to tell, if I had Tommy's job and you told me, here, help the science teacher do project-based learning, I would really, as much as I do it, I couldn't do that unless I'd spend hours now researching it. And then again, that's a lot of time that we don't have. And so I do think that it's important to consider that as a priority, given all the money and time we're investing in improving the curriculum instruction with students.
I think there's a practicalness to what you just described, and that's that it has to be able to survive the building principal, right? Principals don't last as long as the teachers in the building. So if you give them the ability to run the show when it comes to the curriculum part of it, that will survive changes in the administrative side of the house, and add for a more consistent type of teaching experience from grade to grade. That's practical.
Yeah, and I think honestly, because what you can do also, we'll have to get the systems in place, But a lot of these trainers we're paying to come in, right? We can then just have, instead of paying them to train everyone, you train the discipline specific person who then can train on the job. They can go in the classroom and help you so that you're not learning it in a bubble. I mean, I think it's important, I think, to have what we expect of our students that we're also offering to our teachers. And that is that kind of constructivism in the classroom and being encouraged and supported and making meaning and because then that moves down to our students. The more excited you are, the more the students are going to be excited.
I mean, I think that if you layer this, it's just not in the classroom. It's in everyday life that where you have a level of people who have certain knowledge who are then available for that group under there that then they ultimately report up to that next level. And I mean, whether it is in business, whether it's in football, I mean, there's all different things that you can think of where it's you use the people who have that specialized knowledge to work with a group to coach them up and get them up to that next level. And I don't think that we're talking about something that's so crazy that's like, oh, what's this nutty concept? It just happens in every walk of life.
Great point. Thank you, James. Justin, finance facilities.
I'll try to keep this short, especially since you guys are going to hear from Susan soon. So we met on June 22nd. We had bond counsel there. And one of the things we evaluated, obviously, because we're finance and facilities committee, is debt capacity. And, we noted that the debt is running off in 2 to 3 years. And obviously, our general fund is extremely tight. We get little to no state aid, very, very little state aid. And so one of the things we talked about, and the good part about having debt, is that for debt projects, you can get up to almost 40% for eligible projects. In terms of the types of projects that are eligible for reimbursement, you have renovation projects. And so whether it's you're renovating a roof, a bathroom, etc., and those are 100% eligible for up to almost 40%. And then there's additional work. So things like additions. And so there, the cost reimbursement is not as good. And it involves a calculation of unhoused students. And for each one, you can build a certain amount of square feet. The state basically says, all right, well, for each square foot, we assume it's going to cost $143. Doesn't really cost $143. On average, it's like $400 a square foot. And so you're only getting 40% of that $143 per square foot. So the basic point here is if you're doing an addition, it's not as good from a reimbursement perspective or state aid perspective as just a renovation project. And so one thing I'll share now is just to give you some numbers in terms of like debt capacity. If when this debt were to roll off, 2 to 3 years, let's say if we had the interest in doing another financing, you could basically do $17.3 million for a project without increasing taxpayer dollars, because the debt would be rolling off. So that's basically what you have. There were a few other scenarios that we looked at. I won't go into much detail, but just to give you some sense. Another thing we talked about in the agenda was just elementary furniture. We had identified, the administration identified second grade as a starting point for flexible learning environments. And so, how they would configure the room to make it more of a flexible learning environment. The focus being on second grade, cost would be to do that 3 classrooms per building, about $110,000. So that's one thing that's in the works.
Is that per building or?
110
110
the 110 figures for all schools.
Oh,
And that furniture will arrive in August.
Talked about a couple things like Tatum wanting to do a tiger mural. potential project at Central. We revisited the Grove Street property. You know, you guys all know that that property, you know, we were approached about an opportunity to purchase that. And so just continuing to, look at it and evaluate it and discuss, is that something that makes sense for, us to acquire or not, at that price tag. Talked about a kindergarten wraparound program starting in the fall. So the district will take care of busing. And so kid is in a mooring program. They go to Alpha Best after that. The courtyard hardscape project is continuing to advance. There were some recent decisions made around color choices for the shade structure, metal poles, etc. I know administration, including Tammy, was involved, and others. Susan, was very in the weeds on this stuff and knows a lot about it. Was on board with the direction there too. So that was good. Then there's a project to remove some trees in front of Haddon. John doing all kinds of great things to save cost, there and really getting bids. So things like there's a proposal to remove trees, irrigation systems, sod, mulch, dumpster, etc. Total cost $20,000. If I try to get all that done in my house, I'm probably not getting it. So, it's really amazing. One point during the meeting, my power went out, and I reconnected. And we talked about.
I love that.
I had a note there.
Power outage.
And you're gonna hear from Susan very soon. Is it the next meeting?
Next, we're gonna do it tonight.
Because we
request it all.
Yeah. And that's it.
Two questions for you. Just refresh my memory. It was Grove Street. There's the gas station, I think it's the Remington and Vernick building, the brick building and the white building. Are all three under discussion, or was it just one of the three or two of the three?
There's
It's
two.
not the gas station.
Not the gas station.
Yeah, that's white and.
And then my second question was about, I was curious about how much debt was rolling off, and I know you mentioned 17.3. Is that the total amount of debt that's rolling off, or is that the value of today's interest rates?
No, so 17 million would be that would be the allowable amount of debt we could issue and have a zero tax impact.
So how much
Debt
is
roll
rolling
off, it's almost $900,000. Like that's the decrease in debt payments we've been from year X to Y. It's 2 years from now, 3 years.
So it's only 900,000 rolling off, so it must be at a higher interest rate.
Well, no,
900,000 in payment.
In
Oh,
payment,
payments.
the debt that's retiring is. I think
It's in 4 tranches and they've been rolled up twice, right?
Yeah, you have to think when we say debt roll off, it's not,
I think it's coming to terms.
it's not, you see like the difference in what we're obligated to pay every year. That's the biggest decrease we have coming up in the next, until you pay off that 2016. So,
Yeah, okay.
makes sense.
Yeah, I was just looking.
And the 17
specific
million.
dollar amount. I
Yeah.
wouldn't find it. It's like
But the important part is at today's rates.
Yeah,
So
that's
did the bond
17
council give any opinion on
It's
how
a
long they?
4% rate, I think, which,
Well, that's
Oh,
actually
yeah,
higher than it is now.
And that's in a normal.
exactly. Yeah.
That's in a normal market. I mean, when we refunded our bonds back in the fall, fantastic rates.
Well, and when we did the reconstruction bond, we got a better, when I got bought on the street, it was way better
In the forecast.
than the forecast was. And we lost 5 years off payments right off the top. So that was wonderful too. So they they used a number, not an opinion. So they gave an average number, not current rates.
Same conservative.
Yeah, more conservative than today's numbers. Sure.
See, and that was your second one, right?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Sure.
Communication committee, I'm gonna be doing Lynn's perhaps, so I'm just skipping, not giving you.
So we met and the school is still looking into a communications vehicle and things were moving along, but not finalized yet. And then if we have that vehicle in place, what we talked about is the district has been doing, last year, all of the communication almost was having to do with the school year and what was happening, but the school has been doing a great job communicating. So that's going to continue. And we talked about Polly getting more involved with getting the message out to the community on upcoming meetings that people might be interested in. And say, we'll use option 2, for example. We have, who knows how many policies, and so many of the policies, nobody would even be paying attention to it. However, if next month we were going to be talking about option 2, then the community would probably be interested. So instead of just an ongoing, here are the policies that are going to be up in red, it is just kind of that heads up. This is one that you might be interested in. So potentially using Polly for that kind of communication. And we did talk about having the communications committee go from a monthly meeting to more of an ad hoc when we need to meet. I mean, certainly with everything that was going on with COVID, communications were so critical, and that we could be having something else that we need to say, instead of every month we'll meet on a Tuesday, there's something that needs to be communicated and we need to get together now. So kind of changing the structure of that committee.
Thank you. I'm going to give Lynn's policy update. As you see tonight, we have a bunch of first readings. We have 3 second readings. And one thing that you see this month that you don't see in the past are the regulations behind some of these policies. That is, there was a decision that we have further discussions on the policy or the bylaw that talks about the requirement for reviewing regulations and not just policies, but it's also wrapped up within a change to that bylaw that might make it easier for us to rescind policies that we enacted during COVID. So there's kind of 2 issues that we're going to be talking about in committee still to bring to the attention. But in abundance of caution, we'll put all the revisions, all the regulations on the agenda tonight, because the way the policy reads, some policies need their regulations approved. We're just not really sure which ones there are, so we're doing them all until we get better clarity on it. So the first one doesn't have a regulation. It's just basically the superintendent duties. And as Chuck said, it used to say, he used to be Cartman. He had to respect my authority, and we took out that wording so that he's not so scary to talk to. So that's a very minor revision. Other revisions in the policies in the 300s for teachers and for the 400s for staff. A couple clarifications. Some of them were what days were. Days are not descriptive when sometimes you use descriptive words like working days. So wherever there was days, we changed it to calendar days so that there was no confusion between what type of day we were talking about. And that was a recommended edit. Plus, it sounds like the State Department of Education is going to become more efficient. So the dates of some things that were due are plans, like our policy, our teaching guide plans, and corrective action plans. They used to be due in May to be accepted by August, but now we don't have to have it finished until July 1st. I'm sorry, August 1st. So that buys us more time to actually know what we're doing in the next year before we have to tell the state, which is a wonderful improvement to the policies. A policy that some people might have wanted to hear about is a new policy that is on the agenda for first reading tonight. The Bridge Year Pilot Program, which extends those that felt like they got a raw deal on COVID to take classes so that they could make themselves eligible for some of the extracurricular activities that the high school would offer. So if there were classes that they felt that they missed or felt that they could kind of get some value out of, it made them eligible for spring sports, because spring is what really shot them in the foot in COVID of 2020, as well as some lost season of COVID 2021. So that was something that might be interesting. And then school district travel policies, just kind of cleared out what the maximum amounts that Mike can approve for overall travel budgets and then individual travel. So that gave the BA some more guidance onto how much we're willing to let them spend on travel. And then procedures for school nutrition. This is one where our policy included the nutritional guides from the Department of Agriculture. So anytime that they updated it, they probably updated it a few times since we've realized done this policy. Instead, we changed the wording. We took out the whole guide and we just put a reference to, we will follow the current U.S. Food and Drug, whatever Department of Agriculture will follow whatever the Department of Agriculture chart says at any given time, so that we don't have to fall out of compliance in our policy. We'll just reference the guide that we were referencing in the first place. So that's the reissue. And then on second reading, assessment of pay for administrative or for support staff and for teaching staff. Both have been reviewed. We'd like to check, make sure that the union has no issues with policies between the first and the second reading, that we got no issues back from that. And then a second reading update of alcoholic beverages on school premises. The big part is, don't drink on our campus. I don't care if you're a student, if you're a visitor, if you're just going to the football game, don't be drinking on campus or we'll call the cops. And we struck out any of we won't call the cops we'll call the cops. So the public, stop drinking at football games. Or do what you used to do. Drink over at Bancroft and then come in.
Just, as an FYI,
No.
No, that's what they do then.
Yeah,
we would.
It's not what our policy says.
Say that as a joke as a board member.
Okay, you wouldn't. I'm laughing.
as an FYI, we have what policies in the use of playgrounds, right?
Yes.
We have a policy on use of playgrounds. There were no regulations attached to it. It just says playgrounds will be afterward. The police and borough called and said, can you give us some guidance so we can trace kids off the playgrounds at 10 o'clock at night? So it's a regulation, so it doesn't have to be board approved, but Gino found some guidelines.
We
We
developed
regulations that says it's a dawn till dusk thing, so that'll be put in as a regulation in all that policy, so we can tell the borough, yes, if there's people there after dark,
Jason,
ask them to leave the property.
And we did confirm it was a regulation that did not require Board of Education approval.
But we just want to make you aware that we're still on that, and that's the reason why we want that. It does give them the authority to do what we should say.
And there are two policies we weren't ready to advance. The aforementioned bylaw change that allows us to abolish policies with one vote, as well as with one reading. Yeah, well, yeah, right, with one reading instead of two.
Because we're gonna discuss it.
Yeah, because we're going to discuss it, because we just. Well, we didn't discuss it because it was tied in with which regulations do you have to tie, and there wasn't a lot of clarity on that
We
one.
thought, we discussed this. I thought some of the language was a bit confusing, and we since received some clarification, so we have it on August's agenda for discussion.
And as well as there was an issue with career and technical education policy 2421 that we needed further guidance.
Correct. Yeah, that will also be on August. That one we cleared out, so that will be on August's agenda also.
Good. And that's the update. So everything you see that was being advanced by policy is on to next.
So can I ask a question?
Mhm.
I'm still confused. When I saw all the regulations, I actually was going back and forth and reading between the regulations and the policies. Wasn't used to seeing all these regulations. Can you help me understand why they're here and why whether they need to be board approved?
I can talk about that.
Okay.
So in a nutshell, I'm going to back up a little bit, right? The policy is essentially the law aspect of it. That guides what we do. The regulation is how we do it. It's the procedure. The vast majority of regulations are not required to be approved by the Board of Education because it's essentially how the school district administration is running them, right, or implementing the policy. However, there is some legislation that requires policy that requires the board to approve regulation. So most typically, we put them on just for the sake of transparency, so people have the opportunity to review them. They're not technically required, even the ones on here right now, not required to be approved by the board. But in the sake of just making sure we're entirely transparent about things, we put them on, and we'll continue to do that.
Okay, got it. Thank you. That's helpful.
It wasn't unanimous, but we were putting them.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I'll leave it.
Oh, I'll explain. I thought there's a difference between overseeing schools are well run and running the
Yes.
school, and I thought that putting regulations and voting on them crossed the line. But the state disagrees, so I'll go with the state.
Well, then with that, then, I mean, so we're gonna sit here and we vote on it. So if in fact that's the case, we shouldn't be running the schools. We should not be, talking about, if the policy is met, we shouldn't be telling you, here's how to meet it. So if somebody says, I don't agree with regulation 17, do they get to say that? Can we as a board vote no?
They should probably go talk to the principal.
No, I'm asking theoretically,
So, I think
if we all sat here and said
One of us
no
did, not a
to
couple.
17.
It's a good question.
17
And
tomorrow.
essentially what you're voting on, unless denoted otherwise, you're voting on the policy. If you have exception with the regulation, we're happy to have that discussion. We would probably ultimately wind up saying, that's something we'll consider and bring back to our administrative team. So
Yeah,
now,
the one part I'm wondering though, if we say in a policy, shall be as set forth in the regulation, implemented by the administration. Like if that's what the policy said, you shall do X. And then if you check the actual regulation, that doesn't actually implement the policy that we passed. See what I'm saying? We pass policies, and some of the policies we pass say work out the details and regulation. Who goes and checks and makes sure that you guys are actually doing these regulations that are referenced in the policies that we passed? That's the one piece that I'm wondering. So when you putting them on here makes me feel like I now have to do the job of making sure that anytime in a policy we reference a regulation, that regulation is actually doing what the policy says. However you do it is how you do it. You guys do it. But do we now have to make sure that the regulation's doing what?
That's standard policy for the policy committee to review the regulations with the policies. We just don't advance them to the agenda.
So it happens.
It happens,
That's
right?
Then Heather asked a question often, right? Is this what we're really doing? So I want to make sure the policy reflects what we're doing. We're reflecting the policy.
Well, because there were a lot of things in the regulation where it would say that we were going to do X, Y, and Z, and they were outdated. And I said either we should start doing it or we should remove it from the regulation. The other thing that I think is helpful in reviewing the regulation is that it is just a way to see that the policy is being implemented. I think I can't come up with a better example. I was going to start clicking on these, but when you mentioned the superintendent responsibilities, and that's just in the policy, but where it said something about authoritative, and Chuck instantly agreed, but it was the board members of the committee are like, oh, that's not the type of culture that we want. And sometimes in the regulation, reading
One of
it.
the questions came up with one of the regulations was that we would renew the administrative evaluation model every year.
Yes.
And no one remembered having done that, right? So we said, did we renew it? So we went back and pulled up the reorg meeting. We found, here it is, item X. Yes, we did. We did it. So in that meeting, we do a lot of double checking notes. We also we found that travel expenditures.
Yes.
So we went back and went to the whole just making sure we're doing them. So it's a healthy exercise for me.
That happens during the budget adoption.
Yeah, that was the 29th of May. So it's a healthy exercise for me because we do check and make sure we're doing those things. And if we're not, we either take it out or we say, oh, we've got to start doing this now.
Which I realize you have to just rely on the trust us, but I really am enjoying the committee because I think we're super thorough. Nobody rushes it. We've never had a meeting, unfortunately, shorter than an hour and a half, because as we go through this, we check the items. So, if it is something concerning, sign up for a policy next year, but it's good.
Yeah, no, and that's.
And from CUSAC, Adam signs the thing that says we review the regulations with policies.
Yeah.
That's the board evaluation part of CUSAC.
My point is that there just needs to be something. We have to make sure that schools are well run, so if it's happening within policy, cool.
But if you read something in a regulation, you're like, oh, I don't recall us doing that, I think it's completely fair to ask.
Kick at the limit, or did you know?
So,
I guess I'm actually not talking about conceptually, I'm actually talking about process. Is New Jersey saying that we must vote on regulations? Like, why is this at the board level in this meeting and not in subcommittee?
Because I thought we had to,
Because we don't have clearance on which ones.
We're not sure.
We're not sure which ones we must.
Certain
We had
ones
to
are gonna have to be
approve
voted on, certain are not. We don't have clarity on it. Yes, we just, as a safety protocol.
Okay.
But the next month, we'll be talking about which ones have to.
Okay, because.
Next month,
what
our
I don't
policy's gonna
want
tell us
is
which ones.
that we start spending time
Yeah.
picking apart regulations
No.
as a board that we
Next month, we're
shouldn't
gonna
be.
policy to say these regulations have to be approved.
Got
Regulations that are state mandated,
Thank you.
have to be approved. That's
Okay.
and on that, the message was, we pick it apart in committee really, really well. Then just that, like, right, the whole thing is that, we're gonna find out in the future which regulations have to be board approved and not, right? It's not.
Yeah.
Not that we have to approve all
I
of
have
them.
that, yeah, I shared that on, Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday.
Yeah, okay.
That's
So,
fine.
Thank
I'm
you.
just confirming before I.
You were excited. So she knows expressive in his writing. He seemed excited that he's like, yes, it's not a lot. It's a lot. So that's the update. Hold on, sorry. Jumped ahead on the agenda. So, no, we didn't miss the comment period yet. So the assistant superintendent report. Thank you. Superintendent report?
Just very quickly, we had scheduled a calendar, September 22nd as a first 2 hour delay for data analysis. Because we have the Start Strong test this year, state mandated, and our benchmarks, we're gonna move that to the 29th, unless someone has any agenda about that, because that way we'll have time to collect that data and do an analysis, as opposed to in the middle of these two testing pieces, so.
Other than we should communicate that loud and live.
I'll send that out, yeah, so it's gonna go from the September 22nd to 29th, correct, Colin? So, and we'll put that out,
Start Strong, who comes up with these things? That's actually.
I know, yeah, that is actually, I was.
So-
It's not so bad to take that.
What's that?
What grades does that cover?
That's gonna be 3 through 10, well, 3 through, it's testing grade, so it's gonna be 3 through 11.
And they also have the NJ, SLA, and the Lincoln tests.
The NJSLA is in the spring, and the Lincoln benchmark will be so the Start Strong is in essence one section of the NJSLA, basically what it is. So an NJSLA for language arts might be three sections, so 90 minutes each. Start Strong is gonna be like an 85-minute version of that test, just to get kind of a grasp on where.
It'd be awesome. We can lobby the state and say, we already did like it.
They should pay, foot the bill, but if every school just gets Lincoln and then we can use that instead.
That was my point, like, that's where, because we're approving Lincoln tonight, right? The challenge is that our kids are still required to take the NJ SLA, where, you know, I realize we voted on Lincoln before because it allows us to look at the data in more detail and give more guidance, but now the thought that just popped into my head is just the total amount of testing hours, which.
The problem with the state testing is it's like, by the time you get the results, you're long gone, you know.
Thank you. We get the
So-
results.
Right, it's not useful.
By the next Wednesday, we can take the half day or the hour and late.
And the information you receive back from the state is nowhere near as deep. And we can put stuff in Lincoln that we create, right? So it's not just their testing. We can have a standard 10th grade biology test. I wouldn't make any sense, it's not great. Biology test, and we can import that data and then use that to analyze. So we are now just scratching. We have more than scratching surface. We're clawing into like it, but there's a lot more to dig into. So it has a very powerful piece. One of the things, for instance, PSATs is a really powerful data source, and since all our 9th, 10th, 11th graders are taking it this year, that'll go into Lincoln, and then we'll be able to do an analysis of that.
Oh, I didn't realize that, I forgot, our 9th graders are taking.
9th graders
ninth,
this
10th,
year.
11th.
We didn't do it this past year because of the COVID situation, but we had planned on doing it, so it's 9, 10, 11 are all taking it, yes.
So lobbying going on at the state level to just join forces with a company like Linkit and so that we can have, they can be useful.
I-
Yeah.
I don't think there is, and if I were a skeptical person,
Yeah.
I would say that Pearson, the billion-dollar testing company, Pearson, the textbook company, would say to New Jersey, no, we need to get it.
To work for Pearson.
Yeah, there's bigger dogs than Lincoln in this battle.
All right, thank you, Chuck. Any more questions for the superintendent? All right, is Adam's team win?
Yeah.
All right, so Adam's team won, that's the board president.
Question, real quick. And you may not have the answer, but, we're in July. Are you?
Don't touch the general lollipop.
Are you planning in the August meeting, I guess, announcing, opening protocol for? the
Yes,
school?
we're still.
Yeah, things change.
Things
You wanna
change,
wait
so-
till you're closer. I
So
get
we're
it.
gonna wait till we're closer with more guidance. I am once again beginning to study numbers. And learn all stuff about what variants are, so I'm learning more. But that'll be in August. We'll be communicating out. We'll have a community, our August board meeting is the 26th, I believe. So we'll have that, most of that information out before we meet.
And to call it out, I mean, part of that's a mask requirement or not.
That's gonna be the one decision.
Yeah, sure.
Right, yeah. There are guidelines now, so there's no virtual option for students. But there are times when virtual learning can be put in place based on quarantining, closing classrooms, closing this. So there's all those kind of regulations that are still being ironed out. The biggest piece that we'll probably be looking at is testing. That's a really strong push. We just said we did a survey that said we would be willing to apply for a grant to test on site. I met with the county superintendents and the Department of Health today, and they're talking about testing methods, pool testing versus rapid testing and what that would require. And the other piece of this is that the Department of Health is encouraging people to vaccinate. Obviously, it's a big deal. But we had a pharmacy call today who said, we will come to your school and set up in your gym and vaccinate any of your students who want to be vaccinated. So we just got that phone call. I haven't talked to the guy yet, what it looks like. So they're the type of things we'll be working on as far as COVID goes forward. But as far as our protocols, we're still waiting right now. Right now, it is the district decision whether masks are in place or not.
With COVID testing, would that just be for people showing symptoms, or would that be
That would
random
be
sampling?
Random sampling for people who need permission. So we'll probably be pool testing. It's pretty complicated. So the pool testing is what they would recommend.
My daughter's school did pool testing over this week. You get a letter every few weeks, say she's gonna be tested, and then you get, nothing. Yeah, it worked out really well for that. And if they do set up, if you take advantage of that, and this is kudos to Tim and the gang, if they do set up and they choose the middle school basketball floor,
beautiful.
It's the hotness. Oh, there's multi-grained wood with a dark, like chestnut 3-point arc area. It's really nice.
That move was always there.
Oh, now it just was had to be refinished because of that leak, right? Resurfaced. It's beautiful. So kudos to Tim and the gang. I wore the shirt in honor of the Buildings and Grounds Committee.
Chuck, one more thing. Will the elementary school students who didn't typically Chromebooks in the past but got it because of COVID, are they going to get them again this
We're
year?
going to be 1-to-1 grades 3 through 12 now. And we'll have access to technology in the classrooms for K-2. But there's also still a benefit to the pen and paper aspect of child outreach.
Of course, but I mean, if they need to quarantine, then their parents could kind of.
Well,
slow
yeah,
down.
absolutely.
All right, super. So at this point, I'm going to ask that the public comment window be open. I'll ask as the slide goes up on YouTube, giving you the information on the call-in number, the process, how to unmute when it's your turn. I'll ask Mr. Catalano, if there have been any written submissions to the comment form? Have there been any emails to the superintendent asking to be read for public comment tonight? All right, super. So we will have the slide when it goes up. I'll know, and then I'll start the clock. Yeah, no, it takes a little bit, and this recording in my book is like 30 seconds behind. Oh, so there it goes. So you dial the number 510-854-8810. There's a PIN to put in, 653-994-210, and then the pound sign. When I recognize you by your last two digits of your phone number that appear to us, we will ask you to hit *6 on your phone to toggle your mute off, and then I will recognize you and you can talk. According to policy 0167 of the board, individual public comments are limited to 3 minutes. At the end of 3 minutes, you will be reminded your time is up. Feel free to get back in line if you want to make an additional comment. The public comment period clock starts now and will be open for 2 minutes, waiting for phone calls. Judging from the huge crowd that's here, and as a reminder for the audience, there isn't much wild one, even on YouTube, that the board, and now that school is over, is fully an in-person experience for those that accept it. We have our audience chair set up, and as you've noticed, we are back to our semicircle configuration to be able to address the live audience face to face. So if you're so inclined, come on in and sit with us. Tonight would have been a long one, but.
I looked that up, Justin. I wanted to see what it was about.
Things that stick with you?
Yeah.
811 and 821, the poetry areas of the decimal system?
Are you a poetry?
Yeah, absolutely. But I would go straight to the 811s. And I did appreciate it that in this book that we read tonight, and we're at 1:18, and I see no audience, but we'll give it another 30 seconds, that Letters from the Earth from Mark Twain, one of my absolute favorite books, was referenced here. For those that don't, it's Mark Twain waxing as an alien who above the earth is observing the human condition and making Mark Twainisms about how people acted. And if you read it even today, everything old is new. So we have a caller. Great. So that's 973 ending in 51. It looks like your mic is open, so you have the floor. Please state your name and the street you live on. 97351.
Hi, sorry, did you say the number ending in 0451?
No, just 51. I don't see the whole 4 digits, but yes.
51. That's me though. That's me. Hi, I'm Rich Fischetti. I'm at Mountwell Avenue.
Okay, thank you, Rich.
Yeah, thanks very much to all of you. Appreciate you guys putting the time in tonight and taking questions. So we just had I'm talking to the guy right now. Yeah, so we have 2 kids that moved to town. We have 2 kids going into Central Elementary, and we're looking forward to joining the school and everything. Going into grades 2 and 3 actually. And one thing we were wondering about. So last year, obviously, made sense with the mask mandates and everything, but was just wondering how you guys were thinking about that this year, given the sort of studies that have come out over the last few months about sort of low transmissibility among young children, and also potential negative negative implications of, sort of required mask wearing indoor. Just sort of wondering how you guys were thinking about that issue.
Sure. Well, one of the things that we did reference tonight, just before the period in the superintendent's report, is there's a lot of moving parts here, and we plan on having the reopening policies, including mask issues, to be out in August in advance of this opening of school. But we're still just collecting a lot of data to understand. Since the state put the responsibility on the districts, we're taking our time to evaluate what we will be needing to do at the different grade levels.
So what kind of stuff are you guys looking at to make that decision?
So, Chuck, I mean, we could answer. For last year, we had developed a matrix of COVID numbers, including positivity rate, rate of infection, and what was called the Cali score, which was a kind of a benchmark number. And the district, I'm sure, will set a number of that they're comfortable with keeping all operations running. And if we go above that number, they'll have different protocols based off of a grade, a building, or the entire district of how they'll mitigate increases in positivity. And that's how we did it last year.
Yeah, I'm sort of, my kids were both going to school. They went, we had them actually in Catholic school last year. So they went the full year, they had the full year of school, and they were wearing the masks every day. And it is what it is, right? And last year, sort of, that's what we thought. It is what it is. Better for them to be in school, getting an education, right? But, the feedback I get from the kids is how much they hate them. Makes it, it's hard for them to breathe, hard for them to sort of interact with each other. And just like I said, I mean, when you look at the science on it, right, this illness it's not as dangerous to little kids, right? And there isn't the sort of transmissibility that people were sort of worried about at the beginning of the pandemic. They thought, oh, well, maybe the kids will get it, bring it home. We never really saw any of that pan out. So I'm hoping that yeah.
I just have to say, I'm going to thank you for your feedback, but unfortunately, like I said, the 3 minutes are up. But we do keep an ear out for communication from the district, because the plan will come out in early August.
Okay. Well, thank you, guys.
No, thank you. All right, Rich.
Okay.
Take care. Good night.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Okay. Bye.
Sorry. Yep, that's it. We'll be closing public comment. Thank you for your participation. And now we'll move to the voting portion of the meeting. Thanks, everybody. I just skipped over the board retreat. So we'll move into the voting portion. Number 10 in governance. We're going to be looking for the acceptance of the monthly HIV vandalism violence report. I take it this would be the June end of year?
Yes.
Okay. We will be approving the fire and security drill report for June. The aforementioned policies for first reading: policy 1230, 3142, 3221, 3222, 3223, 3224, 4146, 4660.02, 6471, 8561, 30, and then regulations 3132, 3231, 3222, 3223, 3224, 4146, regulation for 5460.02, and 6471, and an adoption on second reading of policies 3151, 4151, and 7435. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any comments?
Stop reading all of them.
Any
You could have grouped it.
any comment? I don't know. Can I group it?
I think it just said a lot of policies.
You say the policy. You can't group the different aspects of the curriculum instruction. You can group.
Yeah. Okay. I just like it. All right, so any other comment on?
Your reading of it. Policy 3142.
Hey, but Adam's Steve won, right?
3142.
3142, and I, talking about like, what's that?
I'm just following it. Regulation policy.
It's at the bottom.
Which one are you talking
Policy.
about?
Policy 3142, and it's the same concern on the one for, this is the non-tenured teaching staff, and the other one is non-teaching staff, I think. But I guess my question was to talk about the overstepping as a board. At the very end, it says the board is not required to offer reemployment or vote on reemployment after an informal appearance with a non-tenured teaching staff member who was not recommended for reemployment by the superintendent. The board may, with a majority vote of its full membership in public session and without the recommendation of the superintendent, offer the non-tenured teaching staff member reemployment after the informal appearance before the board. Right?
Yeah, that's in legislation.
That's why when we would review the whole thing, like honestly, whether we do or whether we didn't, it really just depends what board you're on, what the board likes to do, and how they like to handle it.
This is someone who's not renewed,
Yeah.
and they say, I want to be renewed, I want the board to hear my case, the board would hear the case informally, as and then the board could say, Chuck doesn't know what he's talking about, we're reinstating. Which is different than the board evaluating each teacher.
Yeah, I just thought that was.
It's appeal for reconsideration of the superintendent's decision, not making the decision of the superintendent.
Yeah.
So that was my only comment, so it's just.
It does seem odd at that.
No, sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because the next thing that happens is the superintendent resigns.
That's the end of
All right, any other comments? Seeing none, Mike, call the question?
Ms. Paoli,
Yes.
Ms. Hogarth,
Yes.
Mr. Benford,
Yes.
Vice President Seidel,
Yes.
Mr. Vecchio,
Yes.
Ms. Brooking.
Yes.
Now you're gonna pay.
Curriculum and special education. We're gonna be approving field trips, conferences, travel and overnight field trips. A resolution for the Haddonfield School District Professional Development Plan for 21-22 school year. Resolution between the Yale School and the Board of Education for a student. A resolution between the Gloucester County Special Services School District and Haddonfield for professional services. A resolution to approve students to participate in the summer enrichment program at Haddon Township. Do we have any takers? Great. The approval of the contract between Lincoln, as it was mentioned in the curriculum update. A resolution to approve the contract for the Center of Responsive Schools. A resolution to approve a contract between Screencastify and Haddonfield School District. A resolution between the Lark School and Haddonfield Board of Education for a student. Specified tuition rate. A resolution between the State of New Jersey Department of Health and Department of Human Services Commission for the blind and visually impaired and Haddonfield for a list of students for services. A resolution between Kingsway and the Haddonfield Board of Education for 5 students. An approval of curriculum writing stipends for writing goals for special education co-teaching paid at the curriculum rate. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Linda and Eugene. Any comment? Hearing none. Call the question.
Ms. Crooked,
Yes.
Ms. Paoli,
Yes.
Ms. Hogarth,
Yes.
Mr. Benford,
Yes.
Vice President Seidel,
Yes.
Mr. Vecchio.
Yes.
All right, personnel. Approval of the new personnel transfer, salary upgrades, mentoring, and extracurricular coaching appointments, leaves of absences, and resignations. A resolution to approve summer hours for Michelle Barringer to process middle school student athlete sports physicals. A resolution to approve teachers for the ESY 2021 program to be paid at the curriculum rate. A resolution to amend some employees' ESY hours paid at the curriculum rate. Resolution to approve Madeline Gradish to receive the curriculum rate for classroom move. A resolution to approve Michelle Barringer for the organization of medical information. The approval of the 2021 contract for our business administrator, Michael Catalano, effective July 1st. approval of the contract of Michael Catalano as the business administrator effective July 1st at,
One's 2021, one's 2022.
the 2021 rate, the 2022
We're
rate.
just getting from the county,
His contract from last year.
Mike was getting a big raise.
All right, super. Congratulations. Not yet. Another resolution to approve a Proctor to be paid at the curriculum rate, and approval for the math committee for stipends. And the approval to the following for a list of teachers to receive compensation for attaining the designation of Wilson dyslexia practitioners. A resolution to compensate teachers for teaching a sixth period of class at a collective bargaining agreement. And a resolution to approve Alessandra Sanchez to be paid at the curriculum rate for IEP work.
Motion.
Tom?
Second.
Justin, second. Any comment? Anything?
We gotta mention one thing on the personnel attachment that was added shortly before the meeting started. It's on the agenda if you were to see it electronically, only David, Justin, or Heather and Jean, or I see it, but it's not on the printed out agenda. It's the central school nurse under employment.
You know what number that is?
That would be on the personnel attachment. It's the first section letter, right?
I'll share it with Linda. Yeah.
So I will add that into,
Well, it's on
the record.
It's on the agenda, just not the one printed out.
This
I see.
Printed out and printed before it was added.
Oh, okay.
So they can go to, the first and number one on the picture.
Number one over here now. Okay.
And then go to the.
I see.
Just refresh.
Well, but I approved the personnel in the attachments. That's, okay, you're just calling it.
I'm just making you aware.
All right.
It's not on what's printed out in front of you, but is officially on the agenda that you're going to vote on.
Alexandria Gonzalez, central nurse, effective September 1st. So I will re-ask for a motion. Same Tom and Justin, no change? All right.
Correct.
Can I ask a quick question about the next business? Because I forget here, this is not replacing someone, is it in addition to? Because we have a lot of-
This was a position that was approved in the budget that replaced the former educational assistant that happened to be a nurse.
Awesome.
He's supported the full-time.
There's a lot of kids over there, so.
Yeah.
Good.
All right, super. So now we'll call the question.
Mr. Vecchio,
Yes.
Ms. Crooked,
Yes.
Ms. Paoli,
Yes.
Ms. Hogerville,
Yes.
Mr. Benford,
Yes.
Vice President Seidel.
Yes? We'll move to finance and business recommendations. We're going to have a resolution to approve the municipal alliance with the Borough of Haddonfield for the 21-22 school year. Approval of tuition reimbursement for some employees. The approval of tuition contract with Haddon Township for a student. The acceptance of a donation of the mural that was mentioned from Tatum Elementary by the student council. Approval of the sidebar agreement between the Haddonfield Board of Education and the Haddonfield Education Association regarding 6 teaching periods. Approval of a student transportation service agreement with Camden County. Approval of school physician contract with Inspira Health Network Medical Group PC. And approval for district safety plans. And the payment of bills for June 30th to July 2020. Can I get a motion?
What is it?
Motion.
Motion, Linda.
Second.
Second, Tom. Justin, question?
What does one mean about resolution to approve municipal alliance with the borough of Haddonfield?
So the borough splits the stipends that we pay our teachers for municipal alliance. And this is just the agreement formalizing, saying we split the cost.
Gotcha. Remember we talked about that before.
Seeing no other questions? I'm going to call the question.
Vice President Seidel.
Yes.
Mr. Vecchio.
Yes.
Ms. Crockett.
Yes.
Ms. Paoli.
Yes.
Ms. Hoagland. And Mr. Benford.
Yes. And approval of the minutes of June 10th and the executive session of June 10th. I get a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Tom and. Okay, good.
Mr. Benford.
Yes.
Vice President Seidel.
Yes.
Mr. Vecchio.
Yes.
Ms. Crockett.
Yes.
Ms. Paoli.
Yes.
Ms. Hoagland.
Yes.
Any items for future consideration?
There's a lot, but
Yeah, did I say that?
Yeah. All right. Well,
It's a conversation.
it's been a long one.
It was a good one.
Yeah, it was-
Motion to close. Ayes have it.
Aye.
Still short of last July's meeting, I think, right?
Wow, yeah, remember